Come on. There's got to be something I'm not quite getting. Those books. If old tales of drows and shamans can figure it out, if the bastard Feverins can do it, then why can't I? There has to be something I'm missing. Come, Kneller, think. You remember your training. I suppose the time is nearly upon us, anyway. Festivities with the Fae. J'attends set. Enough of this nonsense for now. Perhaps try it in the forest will bring me better luck. I was hoping the wind of this tower would do something for me. Though it appears I am to be less than fortunate today. As pleasant a day as ever in the tropics, it would seem. Let's do it. Oh well. At least training with Kiki went reasonably apace. We headed up to the nearby mountains. It was nice to get away from it all for a little while. And there, amongst the snow, we looked for drifts. Recognizable areas that we could use to try and find a current such to achieve our lift. May take some time yet, but I believe progress was made. Damn the tropics. What I wouldn't do for some hail or sleet or snow. Ah, well. There'll be time for expeditions yet. Still, though. I mustn't let myself be distracted by the oddities of demons or these Fae. There are conversations that must be had, of course. And apparently I am to be forever babysitting Lumen. But I can't say that Telkaras hasn't piqued my interest to a certain degree. With Drek Shar, of all things. A rarity. An abomination. Perhaps not overly dissimilar to me. My agents are on the prowl. With any luck, they're giving him a hard time of it. Good morning.
Good morning. Hello, good morning. Good morning. Morning.
Good morning, Madari. I take it your mission is proceeding as planned. I am very glad to hear it. Harvey's that way. I shall wander this. Ah. Zuko, given you're here, I take it that the captains have not yet been summoned to meeting?
Nope, not that I know. I have not heard any bell.
Is there something different about you?
It's normal to me.
Perhaps my imagination, then. Do enjoy your breakfast. A salute to you as well. What on earth was that? Must have been my mind.
Excuse me.
Yes. Is everything all right?
Well, yesterday, so I was a bit unwell yesterday, so I missed the sorting. So I'm a bit unsure of where I'm supposed to go today.
Ah, I see. In that case, very shortly there will be a captain's meeting of sorts. When the bell sounds, if you could find your way to the Chancellor's office, it's down there on the left. I'm sure they will be able to assort you to your given team then.
Thank you very much.
No worries. The castle's quiet this morning. What was that? Yiko.
Yeah, I gathered that. That's a wall. You just ran into a wall. You have no space to speak.
I see training is proceeding as usual. Mordred.
Yes.
Good morning, Professor Kneller.
Good morning. What
We're
are
just getting
you
these students
up
to clean
to?
up some stuff for us.
Well, I'm glad to hear it. Well, it's about ruddy time. The thing's disgusting.
I would hope as a team leader you should know.
I'm almost there. Don't worry about me, guys.
It's been a while since I took a look at that thing. Let's see. There we go. The bathhouse. Where is it exactly? Ah,
Yes, because I'm mad at the vine.
Oh.
well, it appears things are proceeding as planned.
Found it. Yes. No. God damn it.
How on
no.
earth did they drain the water out?
One bucket at a time. I learned this morning.
Well, I'm glad to hear that you've learned how to use a bucket.
Wait, I just get up and
Yeah,
go
buckets
back.
are great.
Your specialty is emptying bodies of water.
Well, it's a bomb little secret, but I used a special absorbent sponge and got all the dirty muck water out. And don't ask me where I threw the dirty muck water.
If I'm gonna puke, can I do
But
it
regardless,
We're gonna clean it.
Interesting.
you kids need to clean up this. You guys need to clean up this skunk over here.
Do it in the pot. Yes, sir.
Okay.
What? No, wait, what?
Don't throw up.
What? Do it outside.
Is this standard chore or some sort of punishment for something?
Yeah, over the balcony.
Oh no. Me and Bombados thought, you know,
Go down and clean it up.
it might as well reuse the, you know, the bathhouse.
Right below.
Yes, well, I dare say this water's been festering for some time, though I doubt we'll have much use of it.
Right. Apparently Val used it as
Exactly.
forge water.
As what?
And I think that's forge water, like he used it to, I think, quelch, like,
Ah.
works.
Well, at least it was being used for something vaguely practical then. Well, as usual. Well, I will leave you to your gunk cleaning. Best of luck.
Yep, see you at
Have
the
fun.
Enjoy the rest of the day, Professor.
Yes, you as well. Good Lord, the man is incredibly able to dehydrate water. I wonder if I sample the soil, if it'll be somewhat squelchier than usual in the courtyard. I'm sure the Chancellor will be pleased.
Hello.
Good morning.
Did he always have a tail, like, out?
I believe he always had one. Whether he had it out
I know he
was
always had
another
one,
thing
but How
entirely.
do you, like, hit it?
Though, good Lord, I have no idea where he
Yeah,
managed to
too.
fit the damn thing.
Good morning, Professor Kneller.
I don't know
Good morning,
either.
Cecilia.
Good morning, Kiki.
Should we have a party to celebrate his coming out?
Good morning.
Yes, good morning.
Stella, I was hoping I might be able to, take you aside for a brief while. I've been ever so curious about, how things have been proceeding since you have been ousted, so to speak. Shall we take a moment inside my office?
That would be fine, yeah.
I'm sure matters of this sensitivity are,
Hello.
difficult.
Yes. I could have sworn your classroom was on the second floor, not this.
No, it's always been here, as far as I'm aware.
But then I guess second sense, yes.
Very well, then.
Just on the wood.
So I've been ever so curious how you've been keeping up with the whole thing. Someone of noble birth by yourself being ousted by a Drekshar will not have been easy, but then few things are nowadays.
Mhm.
There's part of me that thinks it will provide a... Oh, good Lord, this office is practically headache-inducing today.
If you want, we can look a different direction.
Yes, I think I will stare idly at that suit of armor over there, made for some midget or something.
That works, yes.
Yes.
Mhm.
I won't lie, there is a part of me that wonders if this whole thing might not be something of a positive learning experience for you. It is
It's not-
often the
it's not
case.
something that they expected to be in, well, living in a monarchy. So.
Yes. Well, it is often the case when people join different military units that for a time at least they have to, how shall we say, eschew their rank and privileges. This has often been a very positive character building experience for a great many soldiers,
Of course.
and encourages camaraderie and the likes.
Yes.
And on a similar token, this, Telkeras, I don't suppose you know the specific pronunciation.
I think it's Talcaras.
Telkeras. Oh yes, I just heard the Chancellor refer to him as Telkeras the other day, and I doubted myself. They are both Drozen, after all.
I don't think that's correct. I mean, they're both Drozen, so they're both opposed to each other.
Yes, and actually I wouldn't put it past the Chancellor to mispronounce it intentionally. He does seem to have a certain, well, he has the typical dragonkin reaction to, one of his ilk. Even so, as I have been begrudgingly elected the, what are we calling ourselves, advisor of Team Lumen, I did wonder what had been done to address the upset. Do you feel like this is a learning experience, or do you feel like your studies have been severely impacted by this?
I feel like they've been greatly impacted by this. I have no doubt that the staff here and many of the students now think lesser of me, hearing that I've been removed from captaincy, after having been voted in about 10 days prior to it.
And tell me,
And then 10 days later, they vote in somebody else.
how then do we rebuild the image and individual that is Stella?
I admit that I don't know.
Well, it
My
seems to
current
me like you
plans
have
are
two
to leave the
options.
team and join a new one. Mhm.
Yes, well, you could either leave the team and start afresh, in which point you will be the captain that was bullied off their own team and fled to another for safety, or you can try and stick it out. Do you feel a camaraderie with any members of Lumen as it stands?
Only one.
And who would that be?
The others have been against me since the beginning. Or at least, Talcaras and Soralir have been both against me.
Against you. Define against you.
Yes,
They
right.
don't have respect for your lead, or they
I-
don't like you as a person?
Both.
Hmm.
Since we have started our new endeavors here, as you would say, they have been trying to remove me from captaincy. Every time I talk about inviting new members, they say now that we have new members, we should vote for a new captain. Prior to being the captain.
I see, so they took the first opportunity to oust you.
Yes.
Well, I just wanted to broach the subject with you because I myself have had some unfortunate situations in the past where I have been forced one way or another to get along with those to which I share no commonality. And I am also aware that one of the greater stretches of my life was spent around people with whom I could finally talk. It's where I met my wife in one such unit when I was reassigned. So therefore, I wanted to extend that whatever you choose, I am more than willing to support it as your advisor.
Thank you, Professor.
Though do be aware that leaving the team is likely to, well, it is likely to decrease your status further in many people's eyes, particularly the Drozens, who would see such a thing as an act of, well, cowardice, to not put it lightly. But what are allegations to a strong and capable soldier? Surely nothing. I just wanted to make sure you were aware of the risks either way. Not that I doubt you have put some consideration into this yourself.
Thank you. It's a difficult decision either way.
Did you ever manage to talk to them about what it was specifically about your aspect that they found so reprehensible?
I did, yes.
Indeed.
They were namely that they felt that I was bossing them around too much. Also, not being there, which those two both conflict. Also, bossing around is something that them around too. Balikos said goes hand in hand of being a leader, giving them orders. They also felt that I was too bigoted and that my condition with the cult magic was too risky to have a
Your condition with the occult was too risky, was it?
Yes.
Not the fact that they have a new leader who will fall asleep.
Meetings.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah,
Interesting.
They've gone so far as to start manufacturing stamina potions for him.
It sounds very, very much like what happened here was that they decided they didn't like you, started avoiding you so you wouldn't boss them around, so to speak.
Yes.
And as a result of that, feel that you are no longer connected to them. Did any of them at any point speak to you about the nature of your captaincy, the way that you would boss people around, so to speak?
They felt that I was, or it was mostly just Kingsley. I only spoke to Kingsley and Tell on this. Tell said he spoke to everyone else about it and that he gave it as a...
I see. So this was stewing in the background, left unsaid, until the big man Kingsley comes along. And he's the first one who's brave enough to say anything to you.
Yes.
At which point it's too late. Well, it appears that this is no failure of yours at all, but a failure of Lumen's in general. If any of them had spoken to you before that point, I'm sure that we may have avoided this unfortunate outcome. I will have to take that into consideration for the coming days.
Very well. It's felt that, oh God, I don't... I'm not trying to sound spiteful when I say this, but ever since Telkaras has taken captaincy, the rest have kind of forgotten everything that I have done for them thus far. On the first day that we had our new arrivals, I had gone around to each of our current members and all of the potential new recruits and asked them why they were here, what were their goals in the future, and so on, to get to know them as a person and understand their values and beliefs, but apparently they'd all forgotten by the time that we came and stood here in your classroom, and I felt,
Yes.
quite like I was thrown under the bus or something for Tell's inadequacies.
Quite the mess indeed. Well, this is a pickle. Once again, I shall not interfere with your decision. However, this has been insightful for me, as someone who will go on, it seems, to whenever Malik gets bored of it, ask me to,
Of course.
look after them.
If I may ask, did you do something to piss them off to put you in this position?
Not to my knowledge.
Interesting.
The only person I think I've been pissing off recently is Bellicosa, but I take that as a point of pride. Even so, I shall not keep you any longer from your breakfast. Thank you for your insight. I shall see you again very shortly following the captain's meeting, I believe. But that will be for a... the archer. Ooh. I think we're good. No worries, let's get out of this bloody room.
I missed everything that you said.
It's alright, I said let's get the fuck out of this bloody
You in
room.
the library following the captain's meeting.
That's correct. I shall see you there. The archer just died before we started this up, so it's a bit of an issue. Maybe we could try something of an amusement.
Do we know how long until the bell goes?
None of us are certified. And yes, Orestes, that was Ross. The green-haired one was Ross, PG Ross, who plays the head of Traverse now. Sorry, I was going to call him Sinidi.
Scrying is you see the past, isn't it? Or what is scrying?
So scrying is very
Scrying as it happened.
many reasons.
Scrying as it so happens.
Hello.
Is a sensory thing. Good day, both. I was expecting the entirety of Steam Lumen. Are they still indisposed?
Yes.
No, I think we've
not
all
quite
split out right now.
Well-
I'm not quite sure when team meetings are happening. We just came here to eat in some peace and quiet.
Yes.
Really?
You're well advised to. It's extremely busy in the main hall. There's all sorts of bits flying about. And a couple of them eat like absolute animals. I will have to have conversations with them about that. It won't do them smacking their lips so audibly. Well, Mertesh is one of them. I don't know if you've seen Ulysses as well, but he makes a real hash of it. That Nil seems to be putting up a good challenge as well. I used to hang out in the rafters somewhat amongst the hall while I watched people file in, and now I'm afraid to do so lest I hear those slavering jaws. Disgusting. It appears that the festival is likely to be later on today. If I am not incorrect, at least one of you is named as a seer, is that correct?
Yes, it's him.
Indeed.
Aye.
And why were you accompanying Acteris yesterday then? Oh, sorry, the day before last.
I was asked during.
Why?
I am unaware, sir.
Indeed, so Acteris just asked a number of seers and you to accompany him for no reason.
Yes.
You're not very good at lying, Anura. We'll have to work on that. Even so, as I understand it, the festival of sorts is to take place somewhere out into the forest. It is likely, given that we are currently being inspected by the spirits and otherwise, that they may well make a showing. Can I count on you both to make others aware promptish, should anything arise?
Of course.
Yes, sir.
Very good, then. Ah, and it looks like that's Captain's meeting even now. Sorrely.
Professor?
I'm curious. Before the others arrive, what are your feelings on Stella?
I think she's a respectful teammate.
Indeed. And you?
She has good, advice to say from time to time.
Indeed.
Not always the biggest fan, personally.
And she who has known her longest?
She constantly disregards authority.
Really? And how so has she done this?
In every activity we've been given as a team, she chooses to not participate in whatever is assigned to her. For one reason or another.
Indeed. I saw a little bit of an issue with her being assigned to a division once upon a time. We were over in the Chancellor's office just after the initiative was, just after the initiative was, started, and she said that it would be unseemly for her to be seen in a division in case it reflected badly upon her family. What do you know of her objectives to that end? Does she wish to return to her family? Is this a holiday occasion for her? It seems curious that someone that they're willing to spend so much money on is being sent overseas and outside of safe castle walls.
My understanding is that she intends to go back at some point.
Indeed.
That is part of her goals, after all. To unite Essex, if I'm not mistaken.
And did you ever confront her about her belligerence?
Once upon a time. Several months ago.
And what happened then?
She told me that she saw assignments as a test, and that they didn't actually mean anything.
A test that doesn't mean anything. Interesting. And tell me, I do apologize. I seem to be getting some strong headaches in here today. Ever seems to be an issue within the castle walls for some reason. I suspect it's some sort of etheric interference from the teleporter. But even so, I have become most curious about your choice of leader. Adrek Shah. An unusual individual and an abomination by the standards of many, including, as I'm sure you are no doubt aware, particularly you, Sorrelier, the Chancellor. But beyond the individual's, how shall we say, unfortunate circumstances, he also appears to be afflicted with something, I must assume, which makes it frightfully hard for the individual to pay attention or remain awake. Do you really mean to say that none of you could have done better? To have chosen an individual who would so directly invoke the ire of one of the highest members of the administration. For someone who would likely cause problems or indeed attract the reprimands of one such as myself for falling asleep when he should be paying attention. When I ask a number of you about what makes him suitable for this role, I met with half answers at best. So do tell me, why Tel Karas?
I can't speak for the others, but he may not be the best possible candidate out of anyone on this campus, but we've gotten the chance to get to know him, albeit not a whole lot, but recently. I personally feel as though he's someone that I can trust to make decisions that I am comfortable with following through with for the team.
Really?
That is not something that we were given when Isaac was still around, sir. It has been a welcome change.
Indeed. Curious. I shall miss Mr. Deshane. We saw eye to eye on many matters. A shame. But nonetheless, the matter of captaincy surely couldn't have rested upon Kingsley's shoulders, and nor Anora's being so green to the unit as you were. Though it struck me as extremely peculiar that one of the longest-standing students at this institution, and a dragonkin proud at that, didn't make her own gambit for the position.
I wouldn't have been a good fit, nor do I want the responsibility of commanding a unit.
Really? Interesting. So do you think that Talcaras will bring you to strength, Sorrel?
That is my hope.
Do you welcome the adversity that his captaincy naturally brings?
I do. As a challenge.
Interesting. Very interesting indeed. Well, this has been an enlightening discussion, but your food is growing cold. I have a number of matters to read up on here if you're all right to wait for a while for the others. I've been looking into some legends, you see. Rumor has it that once upon a time in Fevra there existed a ritual of sorts, a practice that they would do, such to commune with their basic manners. The idea of this ritual was that it would enable them to accelerate the rate at which they took in large amounts of mana, such that could be used to cast larger spells, or perhaps just regenerate some of their daily expenditure. Not too dissimilar, I believe, to a mana potion. I find it curious that if such a thing was possible, this information has thus been lost, because I hadn't heard anything of it. But in my long hours reading these books at night, I have heard no more less than 5 accounts of it. Ah. Interesting. I don't suppose you've heard anything on the subject. Do you know anything of ritual casting or the like?
Not personally.
It's a curious tradition. A sort of long-form attunement, such so to speak. This is the thing that many people struggle with when they first start practicing the arcane. They think of it too much like breathing, because it's our closest analog. Taking things in through our mana gates and expending them out. But the mana gate is not a set of lungs. You can inhale through it, so to speak, and exhale in equal measure and at the same time. And the theory goes that with ritual casting, one is able to divert some of this constant funnel to maintain effects for longer periods of time. Be those maintaining a summon of sorts, or, in this case, I suspect, altering one's mana signature. But this perhaps might be a little bit too advanced for novices such as yourselves. I do so long for the days that we have more accomplished mages amongst the school body that I may have some form of intellectual debate with. At the moment, the best I have is Bellicosa. We're not exactly scholastic friends, shall we say.
So, if you do find more on the subject, I would find very interesting.
Yes, I was hoping to attempt something of the sort in the forest this evening. I have no need for drink or other festivities. Though I believe that, I may be able to shed some form of light on the subject. It's a personal challenge of sort while I wait for the student body to catch up. History of Fevran Prime. Knowledge of our forefathers. Ah, yes. The outer circles. Possibly. Have to store all this one upstairs for a read through this evening. Dare say that should do. Bit of nighttime reading. Interesting, Sorrelaire. One day you tell me that you don't expect him to be able to bring you any justice at all, that you refuse to see the difficulties of his position, and the next day you say you expect him to be a capable leader. If I didn't know better, I'd say that you had something for the boy. I do wonder what the outcome of half-dragonkin and a full-blood would be. Probably nothing good, that's for sure. Maybe I should show my own face at this meeting. Though I am reticent as ever to go into that rancid room. Oh, hello.
Hello.
Good day there, Madari. Any sight of the others? Or are they still being kept by the Chancellor?
No.
They were
Maybe.
disposing of their food. Cecilia was in the hall. Delcaros and Dalvin
Another
next
try
door.
on the side.
Interesting.
I know. You think I'd be fucking standing here if I didn't know?
Excuse me for a moment.
Of course.
If you say it, if you say it, you are taking back the power that they stole from you. Wanna shoot? No, you don't understand. If you say
Throwing it around like that, it's the F-bomb. I'm gonna go, guys.
Luca, yeah.
Peace out, my furries.
Peace out, my
Sorry,
friend.
furry.
You guys have a bad influence.
Ulysses,
What?
I do hope that these people aren't giving you too much grief for the bravery of showing something that is clearly difficult for you today.
No, we're trying to explain to Abby that Severica can say the F word. He's giving us a time over it.
Yeah.
It just kind of bleeped out when she said it. Did you see it? That's how bad it was.
Bad.
Ah!
Out.
Ow!
Go.
Ow!
Move.
Ow!
Get out of my
Ow,
sight.
nose! Ow!
Out of my sight.
Yes?
If
Okay.
If you have any further problems today, Ulysses, please do let me know.
I understand. Thank you, sir. Why aren't you making the most?
Yeah, the meeting is over.
Thank you.
Avi, keep moving. I'll do it again.
My team is outside.
I don't know where I'm going.
I'm sorry.
We were just getting Emma because Emma said she was gonna make some cupcake molders, but she just puked outside, so we were dealing with that.
Well done. Ah,
Professor?
good day. I do hope that the morning meeting went well.
Yes, it did, actually. It was with quite some interest.
I'm glad to hear it. In that case, I'd be very interested to know how it is that you relay such information to your team. I trust you are able to keep it brief and in such succinct bullet points that they may remember. So do go on.
Very well. So, Team Lumen, during the meeting, several points were brought over. The first thing I'd like to bring up is that Chancellor Malik was not present. Instead, it was Chancellor Castell, if you are aware of who they are. I will give you a briefing, if not, if you ask me in the future privately. Otherwise, today is the day of a festival. Each professor will be handling a different element for your own discretion to join. Professor Lupe, as you are all aware, is of course hosting a hunt outside of the academy. If you are interested in attending that, please come with me, otherwise you can meet her outside of the main gate. You should be there. Otherwise, Professor Mordred will be handling the collection of apples from the farm, if you're interested in assisting there. And additionally, Professor Bombadil will be creating fireworks alongside a piñata, or acquiring one, I believe. He will be outside of his office if you are interested in taking part in this. You will not have...
I'm sorry, could you please repeat that last bit?
Professor Bombadil will be outside of his office whilst creating a piñata.
A piñata.
Fireworks.
Fireworks, yes.
Yes.
Good.
Piñata and fireworks.
Yes, excellent. So, a couple of things to talk about here, as I'm sure you've noticed, Tal. As an astute individual who has, of course, been informed, perhaps, of the Fae, yes, no?
Yes, I did intend to bring that up as a
Excellent, yes. Well, in that case, perhaps you might be kind enough to elucidate us as to the finer difficulties with certain motions proposed.
Right, very well. Anura and Kingsley, this falls directly to you two, primarily. However, everyone should take note. You are not to interact with any Fae presence that you see around the academy. You do not talk, you do not wave, you do not motion, you merely ignore and continue. If a Fae is to approach you, on the off chance that it does, we have not received guidance. However, I would suggest looking to your nearest professor for said guidance, as they will know what to do should the situation arise. If one is not around, then please back away without causing a scene if possible. Your life may depend on it. Please consider it as that. Is that understood? And for those of you who have interacted with the Fae previously, that goes double. You are not to interact in the slightest, no matter what comes towards you. If you're offered anything, proposed anything, it should not have happened. So, keep your distance. Right? Good. Great.
Excellent. Excellent work, Tal. You have failed spectacularly. Anyone else care to gander what the problems were with the current state of events?
That there are Fae inside the campus.
That is certainly a concern, but more so with the earlier matters. Anyone at all?
I'm afraid not, Professor.
So, Bombadil was going to be doing what, exactly? Let me give you a clue.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
Now, you may have noticed that was something startling. Now, imagine for a moment that you were, I don't know, a Fae entity who was particularly concerned with, how shall we say, the nature and the woodland, and you had a great care for the animals that lived there. Now imagine that a group of people who were trying to make, how shall we say, relations with these individuals suddenly came into your forest bearing a lot of fiery missiles and loud explosions that startles every animal within a several-mile range. Would that seem like an individual you wished to deal with if you were a Fae-inclined individual?
No, Professor.
I don't think so, do you? And furthermore, let us think further upon this spirits and their love of the nearby nature, indeed a god of the nearby island, or indeed this island. I just apologize, I do misspoke. Let us suppose for a moment that you had a great love of the forests and the people who were there, and you were looking to people to see if they were kind and trustworthy. Do you think, if you saw those individuals chasing madly through the forest headed by a sphinx of untold firepower, to butcher a boar, or some other creature that they may find or happen upon, do you think you would reflect well upon those actions?
We were told to
No.
not be afraid to hunt.
Yes, however, it is not the
Hunting.
nature of the hunt which I think they'll struggle with. It is more, how shall I say, the way that the boar is treated. Kingsley, Honora, if I were Tell, I would be considering asking you to attend this little hunting out trip to make sure that they don't fall into any spirits who may be watching them for good or ill, and indeed to make sure that whichever beast they come across is put down with respect.
We were planning.
Excellent. And further, if anyone was to speak to a Mr. Bombadil today, I would also be very, very interested to know if any of you can convince him to not just... I don't know if there is some method in alchemy to make quiet fireworks or perhaps anything other that doesn't use fire, but that is perhaps the worst idea that I have heard all morning, and I have heard several of particularly poor import so far. So, yes. As you were, Tell.
Very well. For the remainder, if you'd like a recounting of any individual's professor's activities that we are able to assist in today, please approach me once we are dismissed. Otherwise, as I stand here, I would like to bring a very important matter to discussion. Unfortunately, Val does not seem to be present. However, since we are in the presence of Professor Kneller and you are our team advisor, Stella here no longer wishes to have a place within our team. She has decided this herself and has not made herself available to further discussion on the matter. I know she has approached other professors, but I do not believe she has recounted it to you, and as you are our advisor, I would very much appreciate your opinion on such a matter. So,
Well, in that case, I believe I've cut you off at the wick there. I had a conversation with Stella this very morning to this very effect, and it is something that I wish to speak to all of you about later on. I have told Stella that I will respect her decision, whichever way she so chooses, having made her aware of the difficulties throughout. I am also aware that there is a great deal of confusion around the matter, a decent amount of he said, she said, so to speak. But at the end of the day, Tell, and Lumen at large, results are results. Clearly things have deteriorated within your team to an unacceptable level. And either because of failures before or during this takeover that you have orchestrated, you are all left looking rather the weaker for it. This will be a matter for the coming days. Even so, I do hope the Madari are keeping you busy. I said I wouldn't detain you over long, and I don't intend on doing so. I shall see you around the grounds. I need to go check if anyone's been chewing on that necromancer. Do have a pleasant day.
yourself too, Professor.
Of course, Professor. If you haven't been made aware, I'll be with
Now then, I think we can put some different music on for a second. I wanted to, I need to go back over these music selections again. Add some more and take some out. I've had a bit of copyright trouble with some of them. It's all game music, so... Unfortunately, it is the way of the land. And I have neither time nor the energy to deal with copyright claims. Perhaps a look at the nearby woodland is in order. Ah. Professor Bombadil.
Hello, Professor.
I am so glad to hear that you are, how shall we say, meeting the new festivities and preparations with the enthusiasm of your, the Viking are renowned for. But do riddle me this.
I'm very excited, yes.
Is it true that you are planning to make, I believe, fireworks for the occasion?
Of course. I got one prepared already. Let me just get it from
Large, bright explosives. Indeed. It appears you are abundantly prepared.
The inspector craftsmanship.
Just be careful. You can look, but not touch. What did you say, Professor?
Oh, I can't touch.
I was saying...
You can come closer. I'm not gonna bite.
No, it's all well and indeed good. Those are liable to make quite a lot of noise, is that correct?
Oh, don't worry. It shouldn't be that noisy.
How much is that noisy?
Maybe a little sprinkle, as if like, not as loud as your traditional fireworks. These are made with liquid, like alchemy liquid in mind, so it's a little bit more droopy and like glowy liquid instead of explosive.
Excellent. So it's a liquid flame.
It's not a flame. It's a bright, glowy liquid.
A bright, glowy liquid that gives off heat, non-flammable.
Goodbye.
Well, I am indeed pleased to hear it. For a moment there, I thought that we were going into woodlands with various missiles with fiery, loud explosives in them, at a time that we are trying to appear favorable to Fey interests. But that certainly isn't the case, is it?
Don't worry about it, Professor.
There certainly won't be...
Colorful, beautiful things.
Yes, and happy woodland and not having their forests on fire. You are aware, of course, that the last time that one of our institution had, how shall we say, negative relations with the Fae, that I believe well, no. Perhaps that's a matter for another time. Even so, I'm glad to hear that you have taken such necessary, how shall I say, precautions. I don't suppose you've seen Chancellor Malik around the grounds. I was hoping to be admitted into his, morgue.
Oh, you just missed him. Apparently he's been doing some paperwork with, Headmaster, I keep forgetting she's the headmaster now, but Headmaster Kestal, apparently they've been collaborating on paying the investors back their trust. I don't know the full details. You can ask Kestal back at her office if you'd like.
Yes, maybe I will. Even so.
If I may interject with a quick question. If Headmaster Castal is the new headmaster, then who the hell is Alia Rosewood?
Alia Rosewood was the individual who bought and founded the institution. She is indisposed at this present moment in time and will return precisely when she needs to.
Thank you.
Exactly.
In a more general note, if you are asking for which house she belongs to and how she acclaimed such fortune, such matters are best left unexplored. I am sure that all will be revealed in time. Though you may be confident that that she has my absolute faith. Very good then. I was going to survey the grounds to see what preparations were in place for potential spirit incursion.
What are you two doing here?
I don't mean to tell to you, but yeah, we were gonna ask if you have lemon since they're using tea and we need some to make a vegan cake because apparently some students are vegan and we want to accommodate for everyone at the festival.
I think it's Wednesday.
Oh. I did it.
Still, we have to accommodate for
Don't
you.
worry about this, Professor Kneller.
I don't think I will.
Have fun now, Professor Kneller.
I will try. Heaven spare me. Oh. Well, someone at least is watching. Promising. Or is this the hunting party? Ulysses wore the hat to disguise the fact he was a Svirikar. Now that he has come out as a Svirikar, there will be no longer need for it. I believe Kiki just wore one to make him feel better. About the ridiculous disguise. Well, it looks like you're really showing those blades of grass. I take it this is the hunting expedition, is it?
Yes.
Yes, Professor.
And it is your plan to club the beast to death.
Yes. Or hit it with his bit.
Uh,
Or this bit.
I suppose that was my
Excellent. I am so glad. Kingsley and Nora, you have your work cut out for you. I don't suppose you've seen if any other preparations have been made to secure the grounds. What am I saying? Of course they bloody haven't.
No.
Good day, Miss Bellicosa. I suppose I better start researching how to, kill a Fae. I can only see this ending badly. Oh, nose is itching. Anyone training about? Well, it appears that the rift beasts have overwhelmed us all. Rats to it. I don't suppose there's a chance they're in the arena. No. Frankly barren. Marvelous.
What bits how you fight?
Oh, at least 2 people are training at least. Damn it, I should be training to hold more mana. I need to be buying time to increase my capacity. I'll never achieve anything being high alert all the bloody time like this. I really do need to speak to Mordred about leveling out this section of land. It is ridiculous. Something for the muscle division to do. Good to see Team Terror split up all over the place. As to be expected. Wouldn't do to break from the norm now, would it? By the gods, it's silent as the grave. It really is quite ridiculous how well she coddles these things. I dare say the Madari have better living conditions than the bulk of the students. Are they all making preparations in the castle? Well, with training Kiki of reason, I dare say I have missed the a definite plus to the condition. Do I hear Octavian?
Sir. Good. Alright then, unless anyone has anything else.
No, I want to go hunt. Really bad.
Aye. Feel free to go.
Please, this is like the one thing.
Why are you meeting in the storage closet? Is this a...
Where we always meet, sir.
I'm not quite sure.
It's a tradition, sir.
A tradition, is it?
Yes, I think so. It kind of suits the nature, don't you think? Very quiet and timid.
Are you going on a hunt with Ariel?
Why?
Believe me, there's some questions better left unanswered. It's their personal space, I think.
I see. Well, if any of you wanted to go on the hunting trip, I believe Bellicose has already left.
Excuse me, sir.
I believe they are.
Maybe if you'd have picked a location where you could see what was going on, rather than a backwater storage cabinet, you may have caught the bloody... What on earth?
It happens. It happens. You understand that information in these kinds of places is unfortunately a little hard to come by. Kneller, I know...
Circumstance, there was a lot.
And then you pick it up by both halves.
There was. I can attest to that. Now, before I mention anything else, did you personally want to partake in the hunt? No.
No, sir.
No. Well, actually, speaking of that, Kneller, we did want to... I believe we had a conversation earlier, if I'm correct.
Yes, that we did.
Speaking to some, captains. Now would be a good time.
Now would be a good time. May I suggest a movement to anywhere else?
Of course, I was just thinking that. Actually, why don't we go to my church?
Why not? It should be relatively easy to find your way there.
Well, come on, Captain. With us.
Oh, he is still the captain. I was wondering.
I wonder if he's still following us, though.
Well, we shall see.
You lost my sight for a second. Alright, there it is.
Well, I believe festive preparations appear to be going ahead as normal.
I'm still quite surprised you were the one to give that suggestion.
Yes,
I
well,
understand there's always a reasoning behind it, but
there could be multiple reasonings.
funny to think of.
Yes, well, perhaps we should be a little bit more covert with our discussions on these matters.
My apologies.
No worries. So...
Oh, come on, Captain. A little closer.
Yorl. The administration has grown rather concerned with matters in relation to Aqua and their captaincy. When I rejoined this institution, I was told that Aqua were the creme of the creme, so to speak. Some of the finest that this team, or this institution, I should say, had to offer. Since then, it appears that you have succeeded in dive-bombing our relations with the Eastern Essexian conglomerate. You have attempted to dive-bomb our relations with Linvale by defacing the graves, no less, of their dearly departed. And what's more, on various occasions it has been noticed that you are not the voice that is in charge. Belligerence seems to be growing rife through the ranks. Avi questioning orders, as too did the young Gillican, at odd occasions throughout the year. This has gotten to the point where it has become dangerous. As I am sure you are aware, on the previous mission, Amari took it upon herself to head Aqua Team, charging off into the forest after a 4th-level spellcaster, albeit a drugged one at that, into a poison mist where she would be easily obscured, taking no one with her but the young Gillican, who I believe charged in to save her. But more besides, when we see you walking around campus, we notice that it is not you who is leading the charge, but rather Amari. The green, the new blood. And this has come to me as something of a surprise, because I remembered Yorl as the daring individual who headed a small team of perhaps some of the least capable members of this institution down on a daring mission through the caves and sewers beneath this very building, against a horde of ratmen that it would take multiple endeavors to clear out. So tell me, before someone dies, what is happening to Team Aqua?
Aye, Sarah. I agree there has been an issue in terms of leadership of the team, and I do take responsibility for that. It is something I have been meaning to talk to both of you about improving. We've also just recently had a discussion at the meeting with the rest of the team about making sure to follow orders and sticking to formations and such, and hopefully with the assignment of the new second in position, I'm not sure if you're aware, but Avi intends to leave Team Aqua. I don't think there's anything that can be done to dissuade him at this point from what
I see. Another failure on Aqua's growing list. So, I believe I could speak for both of us, Octavian, when I say that we have literally no interest whatsoever in taking charge of this team for you.
Oh, absolutely. Again, this position was kind of thrown on us at, with no context at all, quite frankly. Listen, I want you all to grow, but I'm not here to hold your hand. Alright?
Nice.
You're here to learn and to get stronger. From everything I've heard from the professor just a moment ago, you seem to be a competent team. But it's gone down the drain. This cannot keep happening.
Your team knows that eventually their actions were going to lead you to this point. You, Jarl, would be standing in front of the administration taking the blame for their actions. Well, I'm here to tell you that taking the blame for your subordinates is the very least of a leader's responsibility. It is clear they do not respect you. It is clear that they are not looking to you for advice or leadership when they are, how shall we say, questioning instructions or unsure of how to proceed. It appears they are acting of their own accord with no thought whatsoever as to how this will come down on the head of poor old Captain Jarl.
I do believe a big problem is just you not speaking at all, or not giving enough direction or orders in time. Right? But you need to take responsibility for your members.
But more than that, it is all right to be distant from those that you command. After all, when you're working in the field, it is not uncommon to have no information whatsoever from your superiors other than the occasional letter taken by courier. So, too, is it not uncommon to see an officer sitting entirely apart from his men. In fact, halls are set up in various institutions for this exact purpose, to keep a degree of separation between the officer and their charges. This is a perfectly valid way to lead. However,
I agree.
If the hierarchy is not respected, if the squadron does not put decent enough faith or have reason to put faith within their leader, then all falls apart. So, Jarl, how are we going to restore Aqua's faith in you? What is your plan to restore order to your squad?
My plan, sir, is to work on my assertiveness and decision-making so that I can be relied on to make a decision at the point at which it's necessary, so that they all know what it is they have to do.
You aspire to be a ship captain, is that correct?
Aye, sir.
A ship captain is required to take an enormous amount of responsibility. Their every action may infect things for years to come. In naval combat, the slightest change in pace, the slightest quibbling amongst the crew, can be the difference between you coming into the range of your opponent's broadside or theirs coming into yours. Such things must be unquestioned. These people may now claim to be your friends. They may pay lip service to your leadership, but you need to take control. At such a time, what would a ship captain do to restore order amongst their men?
He would demonstrate his authority, I would imagine, sir.
He would, and how would he do that?
Through, I suppose, punishments for misactions and...
Indeed, they would administer a punishment. Do go on, Octavian.
I mean, yes, but of course. I think the better word would be discipline.
Indeed.
Punishments come after that.
The idea is that they take some consequence now, so that you will not take dire consequences in the face of adversity. And they are willing to go to great lengths to do this. They tie people to the mast so that they are unable to escape the midday sun, thus burning on the inside. Their rations are restricted so that they are unable to work without going hunger. They tie them to the posts and lash them several times when the whip, it is a boatswain's, foremost. pleasure, I believe, to be internationally hated for that particular responsibility. But these are the levels of severity which people, the men you aspire to be, must go to in order to make sure that order is maintained.
And do not get us wrong, it's not just fear that commands your troops, it's respect. You earn their respect first. And through everything that Kneller just mentioned, you have to prove to them that you're an aspiring leader, that they have reason to follow you. Right? If you're just going to act like you're friends with them all the time, they're not going to listen to you. There's no distance. There's no distance, as Kneller mentioned, with the officers and the lower troops. That is the mentality you have to go moving forward.
I understand, sir.
So then, it seems you are in need of two things. A punishment, or disciplinary action, and a path to which Aqua could achieve a win under your command, and a chance for you to prove yourself is a competent leader who will bring them to prosperity. They must believe it is in their best interests to consult in their captain for actions to come. You have two paths ahead of you. Either myself and Octavian can take it upon ourselves to punish your team, in which case you could try and befriend them and win their trust back through amicable means. However, I would go as far as to say that I do not believe it is your ability to be friendly to them that is put into question here. Or alternatively, you can punish them yourself. And you can come up with a plan that myself and Octavian will support to bring Aqua back some modicum of glory.
I agree with that statement.
So what's it to be, Yarrow?
You need to be the one.
Do go on.
My apologies.
No, Octavian, I've spoken near enough. No, do go on. I would be rude to continue otherwise.
I was going to give him the suggestion, but I think it's more appropriate for him to answer that question himself.
Mm.
We are advisors, after all, unfortunately.
I believe, sirs, that I should be the one that bears the responsibility of disciplining the team.
Very good. In that case, much the same as a ship's bosun, it is not the place for the captain to administer the punishment, merely to decide it. When you have decided how it is, we shall extract, how shall we say, disciplinary action upon the members of Team Aqua. You are to announce it to them and then tell us forthwith, and we shall see it done.
In a way, we're yours to command for this, well, punishment, disciplinary action.
Yes. And when you have your harebrained scheme for how it is that you're going to bring Aqua back on top, do let us know and be prompt about it. Desperate times require desperate measures. It is time you showed some initiative.
Nice.
Very well then, Yarrow. Then I suppose we should only end this meeting as unfortunately we must. If circumstances do not improve, your adequacy for the role of captain will come under consideration.
I understand, sir.
Very good.
This is a very, very important moment right now. Don't mess this up.
I intend not to, sir.
In that case, Octavian, if there is nothing further.
Not at all.
Then you are dismissed, Captain Yarrow. Future ship
sir.
captain.
I appreciate both of your advice.
Best of luck.
And don't keep us waiting.
Aye, sir.
Should we have a meeting point? I think that would best suit us.
Well, perhaps we should put a
Scenario.
deadline on it.
I think that would work very well.
In that case, I think
Should
it
we
would
have
be
it
a
for today,
suitable
or-
thing. Just before the start of the festival, you are to announce to us what this discipline is going to be. We will pursue this
very much
punishment
like
2
that.
days hence. So get thinking.
I will, sir.
Well, as you were then.
Take it we're to meet here.
Yes, I believe meeting here would be suitable.
That would work.
It should be secluded enough for a conversation such as this.
Thank you, Darius.
Good Octavian, if you had a moment, I was hoping to speak to you on a matter. I have been looking into something to do with ritual casting, something the Fevrons came up with a long time ago. Ancient rumors of a ritual, that sort of thing. I did wonder, in your studies of the church, of course, the singing of hymns, the practice of, how shall we say, old traditions repeated to monotony is something of a staple of your kind. I didn't suppose there is anything within your knowledge of a ritual or capable of altering the properties of one mana signature.
Well, you sort of came to the right person. I must admit, these kinds of teachings and these kinds of books were not really meant for many people in the church, but with my role as the Inquisitor, it has allowed me to read such things before. Yes,
Indeed.
there are ways of doing it, but I never privied myself too much to this information, but I could gather it.
Interesting. I would be much
Say,
obliged if you would.
I don't see why not. I mean, as long as you have best interests in mind.
Indeed. It is my hope to be able to bolster the resilience of my own mana supply, as well as hopefully entreat the results of my study to my fellow members of the faculty and, of course, the student body, in something of a private project to while away the hours. I dare say there are scarce few students with which I can hold any meaningful conversations on the nature of the arcane at present, so I found myself rather bored.
All right, I'll do what I can, but it's going to take some time.
Understood.
I do have to write a letter back. But of course, I'd be very much inclined to help you in that.
Indeed.
I've been looking into things like that myself, considering my situation at times with my mana gate. So this would prove useful to me as well.
I'm sorry, your situation with your mana
form.
gate.
Yes. I don't believe I really talk about it, but...
No, you haven't. I have to say this is news to me.
Well, think of it this way, it's not so much a problem with my mana gate, but unfortunately at times how much mana I have to consume. If that makes sense.
I see. You have a problem with the absorbent capabilities of your mana signature.
It's... The capabilities aren't a problem, it's the fact that I have to do it or I'll die.
I'm sorry, what?
The problem... I'm not really sure if now's the time for this, perhaps. Probably better when we discuss these things with what you mentioned with the ritual in mind.
Interesting. I would be curious to speak on this further. I have no small knowledge of mana signatures. It'll be curious to see if there's anything we can do about your affliction, or indeed learn from it. Speaking of learning from it, I don't suppose you've checked upon that corpse that you so diligently returned from Linvale. There was mention the other day of a number of the demons eating it.
Wait, don't tell me they actually have eaten it.
I do not know. That's why I'm asking if you've checked.
I would have... Oh, fuck me. Alright, I know I have not, but that brings up a very big concern of mine, yes. How did I let that slip? I've had a conversation with Clarence, and he assured me that he wouldn't eat it, but he still tried in some way, shape, or form to do it.
He did.
I don't like it at all.
He made an
yes,
attempt.
He did. He made an attempt.
Now, he told me he was
convincing
thinking about it. He didn't tell me that he'd actually given it a go.
Well, no, he hasn't done it, but he went to the Chancellor himself, in the room with the dead fucking necromancer, and asked the Chancellor if he can take body parts for consumption.
This is worse than I bloody well thought.
I know. I told him firsthand that if he was to do that, we'd have a fucking problem, and yet he didn't very much seem concerned at all.
He didn't seem concerned at all either the other day when he said to me that it was a choice between either, how shall we say, them eating the dead harpy or going for the live one. At this very same time, Raum and I believe Angeal, two demon members of the student body, were busy loosening their inhibitions on alcohol. Is it really safe to have demonkind inebriated on campus?
It's not. There are always exceptions, but these kinds of things are unfortunately not good at all. We can't be having this.
No, well, I'm
quite
curious to see what we're going to do
concerned.
about it. I have very little experience with demonkind, but let's just say that my impressions so far have not been fantastic.
No, same here as well. I mean, I can tell you one thing. I can tell you that the church handles demons a little differently than here. But I'm
sure they
to
do.
stay neutral in these matters.
They are renowned for their smithing and metallurgical prowess, but I've yet to see any indication of either Clarent or the demon students showing any interest in an anvil. I do wonder for what it is that we are.
You are right.
I do wonder for what it is that we've taken the risk of having them here in the first place.
I'm not sure.
Allegedly.
I'm just...
They're a subterranean race. What does Clarent know about farming?
What does he know about sunlight?
These are both questions that weigh heavily upon my mind and indeed conscience. But even
is this a topic worth coming to the Chancellor?
I dare say it is, particularly if we find any nibble marks in that corpse.
Oh, jeez. I think we should check right now.
We should check immediately.
I don't want to see it. Oh, we should check that right now. I swear to God, if I even see one teeth mark there, that's it. That's it.
Well...
The spear is going down.
I see.
For goodness sakes, they mentioned they wanted to exhibit some kind of magical powers by eating that thing.
What?
What the fuck is wrong with them?
I suppose they may have been reading some alchemical textbooks and got the idea that all they need to do to gain powers is it's barbaric.
It is barbaric. I guess that's what they are. Man-eating bugs. Demons.
Yes, and that's before they have this ambrosia or whatever it is. Right, where's this thing kept?
That room in front of you.
I don't suppose you're able to access the etheric network to see if we're able to...
Oh, the network.
Indeed,
give me a
yes.
moment. I could do that. I'd have to...
discordant network that it is, yes.
One moment.
Well, thank you very much for following Shiloh and Guardsman Joseph. Sorry, Shiloh King, that is. See you later, Aristius. People still eating the necromancer, yes. It is fucking strange.
Alright, he should be on his way.
Very good.
My apologies. Whenever I use this infotech device, it makes my body all weird. I don't like it.
Yes, I have similar problems
You
myself.
don't sign up for it.
No, I did not. Let's have a quick look.
He said he's on his way.
Interesting.
Ah. Jesus, you are fast.
Well, yes.
What is your top speed?
I doubt many people have that measured, Octavian. Do you really measure your top speed in the church?
You'd be surprised at how many mathematical equations we solve.
Interesting.
With tax evasion.
Ah, yes, of course.
You know, that does not surprise me whatsoever.
A church expertise. Yes. Foremost to the field. Even so, we have grown rather concerned with these allegations of various students perhaps having a, dare say, nibble upon the necromancer's corpse. We know a number of them were getting drunk yesterday, and that Clarence has indeed expressed a desire in consuming various body parts, so we were purely for peace of mind, hoping we could inspect the body.
Sure.
How is it, by the way, that Clarence knows about farming? He's a demon. He lives beneath the ground.
I imagine it's a lot of mushrooms, and I have no idea.
Are we growing a lot of mushrooms? Because that might make sense of a few more matters.
Oh my god.
Here she is. As you can see, she's already been exsanguinated for study. Her chest cavity is opened all the way down to the groin. I've been studying her organs. Nothing has been chewed or nibbled on.
A grisly thing indeed.
I don't. It looks alright to me, for now.
It looks like a decaying mutant corpse, yes. I don't know what I was expecting.
Keep things safe from them.
Of course.
Do tell, what is it that you hope to learn from this grisly business?
So, the fascinating thing here is this woman has spent a long time around occultic energies.
Indeed.
And just like how some animals will metamorphosize into monsters if close enough to areas of high concentration of specific kinds of mana in the wild, which is why you get like fire rats and sand snakes.
Yes, I'm familiar with the concept, resonance.
Yes. Well, the resonance has been mutating her body over decades and decades in very, very fascinating and honestly quite fucked up ways.
Very unhinged.
Yes. What was left of like at least the left side of her brain, because the right side was just a gross mess, was like everything was just put together really oddly.
I don't know right with these things. You just look at this and you smile.
Well,
alright, well that takes some skill.
Well, I suppose it's interesting, but that didn't answer the question of what exactly we hope to learn from it. I don't doubt that this thing may be mutated somewhat strangely and may serve as some sort of curiosity to yourself. But did you have a particular goal in mind? When you first initially asked me for the body, I was curious whether or not this would have any impact on Stella. She does have some weakness towards occultic magic, so I believe.
It's a very multi-tiered project, honestly, and I don't know if I learned anything or whether I won't. Seeing what happens with quote-unquote safe kinds of occultic residents over a long period of time, perhaps it will give me some insight into the mechanics of exactly how it affects the body, and I can cross-reference it with any notes and other aspects I have of the devouring itself.
Indeed. That is a foremost curiosity of my own. Sorry to go on.
I just hope to God I don't turn into that thing. That's all I need to know from you. If that's something you can tell me at some point.
There's no actual promises to that. The resident effects on the body can be varied, or do absolutely nothing at all. It is honestly a crapshoot, but it is likely something that usually manifests over decades instead of, say, a couple of weeks. Although that is not unheard of.
Okay.
But usually not in enlightened beings.
I do find it ever so curious that
Small animals.
this mutation is existing at all, to be fair. We know that extreme exposure to the occult, of course, brings on the devouring, or at least it is assumed to be related. The fact that this is existing harmoniously, however ugly it may be, is rather peculiar. I have often theorized on the nature of rift beasts. In your medical studies, do you think that perhaps they may have been mutated, perhaps more extremely than this woman?
Potentially. I've never honestly seen a rift beast up close before. Not truly.
I can tell you this. From my experiences, is it's very hard to tell. Because from what I understand, they come from underneath at times. They do resemble some living creatures, but I wouldn't be too certain.
Well, my overwhelming point
frankly don't know of.
My point of interest in regards to the rift beasts is exactly thus. Typically, when we summon an apparition to any extent, it is required that the caster remain alive and conscious in order to sustain the connection. A rift is a simple matter inasmuch as that it is a concentration of occultic energy which devours anything or everything around it. A rift beast, however, is able to walk out some distance from the rifts themselves. In fact, they can be found near enough everywhere nowadays.
I would assume it's whatever's keeping them alive is powerful enough to keep them going.
It suggests an intelligence, does it not? Maybe the remains of someone such as this.
Then you might be onto something, because it never seemed like they had a horde mentality. They almost seemed to be fighting on their own personal stakes. Granted, they are wild beasts, but I'm not sure.
Well,
I'm not sure.
Honestly, at this point, until we can get some actual rift beasts to potentially study, a lot of this is just conjecture at this point.
That it is, but I dare say conjecture such as this feels more like progress than watching students clear a bath.
Fair enough.
It is good to question things and attempt to learn them.
Well then, thank you for indulging us. I shall leave you and this grisly company alone. Thank you very much for accompanying us at this time. I did want to ask one further question, though. Me and Octavian were just discussing. Demon kind, they represent something of a risk in their proclivities. Would you agree?
I would say so, yes.
And furthermore, it is the great benefit of a demon typically to benefit from their metallurgical expertise, such as the swords they make, which are unparalleled. Is that not also true?
It very much is, yes.
To your knowledge, has any demon made any attempt whatsoever to step even a foot inside the blacksmith?
Not that I am aware of.
I see.
I do not know if demonic metallurgy or whatever the hell it is something common knowledge, or if they're specialists, or you can find like horseshoes made of fucking demon metals.
So we have a number of demons on campus which are not providing to us their foremost benefit. Is that what I am to take from this discussion?
Potentially. If this is something that they know about.
I will have to ask them.
I suppose.
I think I will,
Yes.
forthwith.
I like that plan, yes. I mean, if any of them know blacksmithing to the degrees you mentioned, then that would be a benefit to the school. Not even a question.
Well, at the very least, we may be able to get some of them to reach out to relatives who might be able to sponsor us to a certain extent. But yes, we should make this a point of inquiry. Maybe we'll get something more suitable for hunting at least. Do you know, both Lafron and, what's his name? Caleb, we're headed out to hunt boar this morning with maces.
Oh boy.
Maces.
Yes.
Knock, knock.
Come in, it's unlocked.
This way.
Oh, it looks like we're having a party. Well, I do hope. Sorry, do go on.
Shut up. I have some.
I was just saying. Oh, jeez.
As you're aware, I was doing a hunt today, yes. Each team was supposed to meet me by the gate to receive instructions on how to proceed. That I did with the teams that came. Takuya decided to go in by himself with other teams. That team being Terra with Ivian. You see this dagger covered in blood?
Yes.
As soon as Ivian got past the barrier with Takuya, he slit every single little wildlife's throat he could find. I had no idea this was happening, of course. I had no idea Takuya had Ivian with him. I have let them all know that this is a fatal mistake. And trust me, the teams that came to me, I told them to kill with respect and forage without greed.
So am I to understand that Ivian has actively tried to sabotage our relations with the Fae?
Yes.
I believe so, or he's just malicious.
Like it, yes.
Or this could be some sort of occult thing.
Did the headmaster not warn the team captains about this morning?
I don't know, I wasn't there.
We were there. I remember it quite clearly.
Then he was.
This falls on Jackson.
Is Ivian able to be contacted at all? Because I have a mind to get him in this room right now and ask him to look at that corpse. That'll be him if he continues like this.
I frank that notion.
He's currently being observed by Actaris and Takuya near the festival site.
Is this some sort of rebellion because people weren't teaching him occult at the rate that he wished? Has he made any attempt to come to you on this?
He is not. At all. Every time I've seen him do magic, he'd do it without supervision.
So, I am quite correct then in saying that we have a rogue occult user on practice who is avoiding all tuition and has now actively tried to sabotage our relations.
That'd be
I believe so.
Dear Chancellor, would you miss him?
I assure you, if I knew he was here, I would not have let him do that.
I would not. At this point, he's becoming an increasing liability. And I think he needs to understand this post-haste.
Well then, how shall we proceed, Chancellor?
I think I will go and have a very intense conversation with him.
Very good then.
I'll leave his dagger here. I don't want any part of that.
We should be careful with that. That's contraband. You don't want the Fae seeing you with it.
Fair enough. I'll put it in my office.
Very good. Have you seen Kingsley and Honora by chance?
Yes, they're in the forest by the festival site.
In that case, I will go and find them forthwith. I have much to speak to them on. Good day, all.
Good day.
To you as well. Speaking, if you've got a quick moment. Yes, it does. I have no concern.
Kneller?
Yes, what is it?
Well, I have some anger to burn off. I'd ask you to watch your tongue.
Watch my tongue.
Yes, I heard what you've been saying about me to the students.
Oh, really? And what have I been saying?
I'd ask you to keep my name out of your filthy mouth.
Really?
3 cargo ships? Really?
I said 3 crates,
Exactly.
and they're in the goddamn warehouse for anyone to see.
I don't have 3 crates full of portraits. I'm not that vain. And I heard you as I entered the medical ward, talking about bludgeoning and big hammers. I am not that disrespectful on my hunts. I'm quite good
said
at it,
nothing
you know.
of you.
And have
I
you not
said
scorned
it
anything
of
about me?
Caleb and Lafron, who were wielding maces both on a hunting expedition.
But they don't have any other weapons.
I'm sure they could find some
If you would like
amongst
to
the
give
grounds.
up your gold for the hunt, perhaps I'd get them some proper weapons.
Oh, really? And I suppose none of the gold which was spent on your ornate armor, or indeed the housing for the Madari, could have been put to that purpose.
All I ask is that you keep my name out of your mouth. Especially towards the students. That will be all, Kneller.
Very good, then. How remarkably amusing.
Yes, stop it. Think you're on my left and that matters?
Now, don't tell them your weaknesses. That's all issues.
More important things to do. Think of the festival. Come on, now go help. Yes, you can hit me later or whatever.
I take it no concern for yourself, then.
Psychological.
I would love to have a chat, Val, but I'm afraid something rather urgent has come up, and I must go to find both Kingsley and Honora. In fact, if you are not otherwise indisposed, it may do you a world of good to accompany me.
Of course.
Very good. We must go to the forest where the grounds are being prepared. Something quite ghastly has happened. I'm not sure if you're aware. Apologies, I may have had a headache for a second. It is spirit adjacent, certainly. Miss Bellicosa has just informed me that, upon leaving the barrier, one Ivian of Team Terror took it upon himself to slit the throat of every critter that he could find.
Ah, yes. I do believe Lumen Team reported that. I was there.
Were you indeed? So the claim is correct. This boy has intentionally and with malice aforethought attempted to, how shall we say, jeopardize our relationships with the Fae.
I believe he also did not wait for the warning from Bellicosa. So I do not know if it was intentional or not. However, the action is still there.
Intentional or otherwise, well, with warning or otherwise, the action of going into a forest and intentionally murdering as many creatures in as grisly a way as possible with a knife, no less, is not the actions of a sane individual. This one Ivian has been found on multiple accounts of studying magic that he should not be studying unsupervised. He has been charged with threats of violence against his fellow students. He is proving to be something of a liability. Did Honora or...
I did not know about a couple of those.
Did Honora or Kingsley speak to you on the matter of the spirits at all? Doubtless they were watching this excursion.
I have not spoken with them directly. I've talked with Acteris momentarily about it. I am not well versed in the subject.
I see. Well, that makes two of us to a greater or lesser extent. An entity has reached out to us. They wish to form a relationship with us by way of our help in an urgent matter that concerns them greatly. However, they are not, at this stage, sure whether they can trust us, given our prior relations with their own. And so, it is of vital importance that in order to secure these allies, we are seen to be forthright and sane-thinking individuals.
And Ivian is jeopardizing that entire standpoint.
Certainly, I do not know why he would want to do this. Having Fae allies is nothing but a boon. Well, or so I'd like to believe. The nature of that remains to be seen. But can you think of any reason?
I know they're natural tricksters.
Indeed. But could you think of any reason that he would want to jeopardize this before we'd even had a discussion with them? Ah.
Not from a sane individual.
Just the individuals I hope to speak to. Yes, I did indeed. Tell me, given the unfortunate tendencies and actions of one Ivian of Team Terror, who, correct me if I'm wrong, has just attempted to actively sabotage our relations with the Fae, were any spirits watching? Did you see anything?
I don't believe so.
There was
Yeah, I don't think I actually saw any, so...
Yes, that's either a very good thing or a very bad thing. What on earth got into the boy?
Yeah.
He is a seer himself now.
Yeah, they didn't alert. Yes, we didn't alert. Team Terror didn't alert Miss Bellicosa that they were there, and then just decided to go forth, so they couldn't have the speech from her.
I see.
And from us, because we were unaware they were there as well.
So, very good then. Well, that is not to be, yes, I'm sure they have. They'll be spoken to besides. In fact, the nature of that particular student has called his enrollment in this institution to be called very much into question, as well as other things besides. Was he kind about it at least, or did he fall upon them like a rabid dog?
I don't
He slit their throats.
So he pinned them down and slit their throats, did he? Chasing them across the field, grabbing them and cutting them by the neck.
Well, when everybody was attacking the ball, I walked down and I saw Jackson. Jackson saw, was it with Ivy, and Jackson told me that he was slitting the throats of the squirrels, but then ran off and did it again right in front of me, so...
Right.
Yeah. And the squirrels seem to be acting a bit weird as well, I guess.
You were both, one of you at least, I'm not sure about the other, were involved in the conversation that Acteris had with the spirits the other day, correct? Do you have any idea why Ivian would have tried to jeopardize us in this manner?
No.
There was no unusual behavior from him. No reaction to anything the spirit was saying.
No, from what I gathered, it seems that... from how the spirit reacted, he didn't sound too pleased, I guess, that Ivian was there. There may have been something that may have bad happened. I don't know, though.
It was more of a, like, oh, you, kind of thing.
Yeah,
Oh, you.
Oh, you, it didn't...
Do you believe they had a prior relationship, or no?
Potentially. I mean, we were aware that the Fae were previously active on the ground.
I see. So, one of the first people the Fae has encountered is an occult user who at the first the first opportunity decided that they would do everything within their power to jeopardize our relations. This is a mystery, to say the least. What do you make of this?
I don't like it, that's for sure.
But surely Ivian would have known there was repercussions for this. What could he possibly be up to that would be worth drawing himself into the line of fire like this?
I honestly have no idea what goes through that boy's head.
The spirits the other day
Well, that should be good.
suggested... Sorry, do go on.
Oh, I was gonna say, I don't think there would actually be any gain to him doing anything malicious towards them.
Well, that's what I'm curious about. So, these individuals have lost something very precious to them. which would indicate to me that there is a force, one way or another, which is aligned against these Fae, so to speak. Anything which describes itself as a forest god would need some sort of powerful adversary in order to, how shall we say, take something so dear to them. And just the other day, they have demonstrated once again that the spirits have the capability to enter onto the school grounds without raising any form of alarm. They showed themselves to us the other day, not the other way around, rendering themselves capable to be seen by even the mundane of eye. Do you think it's possible that Ivian has been approached by another such being? Do you think that the adversary of this individual could be on campus, and that could explain why it is that this entity that we met the other day, this Cerno, or whatever his name was, might have prior knowledge of this Ivian?
Perhaps.
Well, then,
I'm unaware of this.
if you wish for us to have a positive relations with the spirits going forwards, I might suggest a little bit of an investigation into it. I would be grateful if you would lend them your support in this tale.
Of course. I'd be very much interested in doing so in the first place. I'll attend this investigation. Although I must admit my knowledge of spirits and fae is lacking, but that is, of course, your areas of expertise. So.
Interesting.
Would this also mean that if we are to do this investigation, would this mean that the rule of, talking to them is still under rule?
We need to know what their feelings are. Blanking them at this stage would be terrible. I'm the head of I'm one of the co-heads of the diplomacy team on campus. You have already a relationship with these creatures. We have just damaged them. You both should be able to talk to these people if they make themselves apparent to you. See if you can gauge the feeling. Learn anything more about the nature of this threat and their history with Ivian. What is the matter with you?
Apologies, sir. It appears my condition is merely worsening, and I am merely doing all that is within my power to function coherently as leader of my team.
What is your condition exactly?
It is being investigated by the Chancellor Malik, but my condition appears to It's fine if I be used. My condition involves my mana signature.
I see.
It appears to be lacking in certain areas, otherwise siphoned out.
Interesting.
It makes no sense to the Chancellor, in fact.
I might suggest a conversation with Octavian. Either way, I shall be heading into the forest now. You are all dismissed. Thank you for accompanying me, Val. I thought it perhaps prudent to keep this within your team. Thank you, then.
Thank you, sir.
Rats to it.
Professor?
Ah. Tolani. Were you a witness to the events just now? This savaging of various woodland animals by Ivian?
I can't say that I was, sir.
A shame. Do you speak to Jackson much?
I do. We, have shared lots of accord together. He's
Well-
sent me for advice on multiple occasions.
Well, I dare say the boy is severely struggling. I would be...
I see.
If you are a confidant of sorts, I would be interested to know your opinion on the state of Team Terra, and indeed of Jackson's leadership.
Jackson, he has the potential to do his job and do it well. I think that he is untrained and unfamiliar with the idea of dealing with people that have, I guess you would say, drastically different personalities to him. People like Ivian. I think that's been his biggest difficulty so far.
Yes, I dare say it would be. Well, hopefully between the two of you, you can think up a plan before, Chancellor has to take more drastic action. Very good, then. I must go to survey the grounds. Have a pleasant day.
I have teammates to find. I'll see you around, I suppose.
Good day.
Before you go.
Yep. Oh, yes, what is it?
Report to you, yes? Was that the Malik?
I don't believe I was told that you should report to me at all. It must be to Malik.
Very well.
Very good. Thank you, then.
No problem.
Ugh. Good lord, that barrier hurts. It's hard to see, isn't it? There it is. At least it's not intrusive.
Let me just get my wallet. No, yeah, here you go. Here's 3 gold
I mean, like, maybe there's wild ones we can go find.
I'm a man of my word.
You know, drive. Be careful.
Yeah, spend it wisely.
Why is it dry?
Real gold.
Why does it need to dry?
I didn't. I wasn't looking for
Paper
any.
mache and honey.
You've never seen
And
gold
so,
before.
so how did it? You know, not
Yeah, it's probably worth more than
other things. I don't know how it all works. I just know that we have to give it
your
time.
entire lineage. I'm guessing.
Okay, I don't think it's good enough. It should be fine. Just don't.
Yeah.
Don't slap it.
Interesting.
Hello.
Want to be a writer?
Hello.
Hey, Caleb. We're gonna go to a pie.
I always go famous for the
Jackson, is that attitude I sense from you?
No. His behavior is just erratic and odd and strange and difficult to handle many occasions.
I discuss, I take it we're discussing recent events.
Yes, sir.
Jackson, I'd like to ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
In the past, we have had dealings with the Fae. Speaking to Honora and Kingsley, when they spoke to this Cerno the other day, they reacted to Ivian very strangely. To go by Honora's telling, they said something along the lines of, "Oh, you," or at least that was the impression they gleaned from them. Multiple times now, the Fae and spirits have displayed their ability to get upon the grounds. Cerno, at least, appears to be missing something. For any entity that would describe itself as a forest god, they must have powerful foes. Would you not agree? Certainly powerful enough to steal something that they hold dear and hold it from them. Do you ever hear Ivian talking in the night?
I mean, in the past, but I assumed it was only Aethertech research ramblings.
Indeed. Jackson. And of course, Mr. Takuya. For Ivan to be acting in such a manner is, as you say, erratic. He knows that he will be seen. His trespass will not go unnoticed. He is likely to face punishment. For him to feel comfortable acting in such a manner, there must be considerable, how shall we say, gain in it for him somewhere, beyond simply manifesting his occult aura. I am considering whether or not it might be possible that another spirit of sorts, a different faction, may be finding its way into Terror Dorm at night, and may be making certain promises to Ivan. Maybe even making them a better offer than we ourselves do as the professors. Do not let him know that I have this suspicion, but I would be most curious to know what goes on in Terror Dorm after hours, and who it is that Ivan might be making deals with.
Yes, sir.
Very good. As you were, then. Holy shit, something's killing me here. What is it? What's doing that? So I just moved past it.
You left this place.
I do apologize. We're setting fireworks off underneath a massive tree. Good.
How's all this time?
That hedgehog is 10 times worse than that.
Oh, on the third floor. I thought the group was coming up the hill as it was running away.
Tomorrow I expect you to go and fix any issues.
I need to scout the grounds and see if there's anything that can be done here. Cerno appeared from that direction.
Why is everyone at Ivan's throat? Why does everyone keep... Why is everywhere I go just like the old places? Everywhere I go, everything just seems wrong.
Is it really such a mystery?
What do you mean?
Why everyone's at Ivan's throat? Why? What has he told you?
Nothing. told anything from anyone. All I'm hearing is just everyone always angry.
But then allow me to elucidate you. Ivian is a seer. Not only is he a seer, he is one with absolute knowledge of our current predicament. That is, that a forest entity known as Cerno has reached out to us for aid, but is unable to how shall we say, know whether or not he should trust us at this given moment in time. This Cerno individual had an unusual reaction, shall we say, to Ivian. And a day following, Ivian has actively tried to sabotage our relationship with the Fae, to appear as bloodthirsty as possible, such that any onlooking spirits would lock on in horror and not approach us. This is the same Ivian who has been practicing occult magic. Indeed, all forms of magic, without proper supervision. This is the same Ivian which has threatened fellow student members. This is the same Ivian which at every given opportunity has shown himself to be of unusual aspect and character. What you are seeing at present is the result of a long series of very questionable decisions that your colleague has made. Does that make more sense?
If I may, 'cause I'm new to magic, new to all of this. What is wrong with cult? Oh, cult? I don't know the magic types well.
Cult, yes.
I only know Ferrum and Electrum.
Occult is unusual in that it is outside of the fundamental elements which you may have used to cast magic, or perhaps seen magic being practiced in the past. It is a power which domain relies wholly on suffering, maliciousness, vindictive, and some would say evil action. But that is not the worst thing about it. The worst thing about it is what it does. A cult, to put it simply, is a closely guarded and hated magic. Because unlike other elements which use the fundamental forces of Astraea, a cult focuses on removing them. Not deconstructing them, so to speak, but simply cancelling them out of existence. Where an occultic magic reach touches organic matter, mundane matter, magical or otherwise, it is simply erased. It is not unlike the rifts in that aspect. And indeed, many see the practice of the occult as the very reason for the current state of our international crisis. But then people blame many things on that which they do not understand. I myself have questioned Acteris on what possible purpose within any cycle pure destruction could have. Unlike fire, which burns down trees and forests and leaves way for new life, a cult makes it as if it never was. It simply takes. It is one of the great mysteries of our world. And, as with all mysteries, people fear it.
Instead of being hostile and demeaning to him, why don't they try to push him in the right direction?
They have.
Help him or even understand.
Miss Bellicosa herself extended her own hands to teach them about the nature of occultic. Gave him a set of guidelines and instructions, and Ivian threw it straight back in his face. Now, I can understand for a budding young caster such things must become frustrating. Not having your tutor turn you down when all you wish to do is learn would be a difficult thing for any young mind to accept. So along comes Octavian, an inquisitor of the Church of Ordo, one of the few people who have been sanctioned by the Church to be able to cast in matters of the occult. So to fight fire with fire, so to speak. And yet, young Ivian has not approached Octavian even once.
Was he made known of it?
Absolutely. I dare say that Octavian makes no secret of what he is and what he practices. And indeed, at this juncture, a good many of the student body have seen him casting occult magic from time to time. Ivian's behavior appears erratic, illogical, difficult to justify. I don't suppose you have any further insight into what could be driving him to such measures.
No. I only became a part of Team Terra a few days ago.
I see.
I want to know more. But it seems everyone's made him closed off and reserved. Made him not want to communicate.
That's very possible. However, not wanting to communicate and actively sabotaging relations are very different things, wouldn't you agree? One is inherently more poorly intended than the other. One seeks to avoid hostility, the other to create it.
I'm gonna try to get to know him better. Learn what's causing this.
Well, it would be a great benefit to the school if you did. Else I fear for the boy's future. We try a great many things in this institution which are spurned elsewhere. However, that is not a license to be reckless. I simply wish that he understood that. Either way, as you were, what is it in this direction that kills me?
I'd much like to hear it. I wonder if it has something to do with tunnels.
You're aware of, as I said, a hedgehog curls up as its defense. The reason a hedgehog can kill us is because by the bites on it. Those spikes that you're talking about, the quills. Those pierce the snake.
What
The
on
snake
earth
dies.
is the purpose of this
A
conversation?
fox tries to bite a hedgehog. It stabs it in the mouth. This is bad. So the fox, being smart, does something that makes the hedgehog uncurl. A fox will pee on the hedgehog.
I've got it! I can catch
This
the
forces
hedgehog
it.
now! I just gotta piss
Oh
on one!
no! What have you done? What have you done? What have you... Oh
That
no!
3 gold's as good as mine! You're gonna have to owe me more money!
I'm afraid that you might... Okay.
Speaking in
Don't actually
allegory is
piss
a
on the
dangerous thing among dunces.
Boy. Here we are talking about pissing on hedgehogs. Fucking Christ. Alright.
Well, if it works, it
You
works,
wanted
and I'll
to
still
know.
get my 3 gold out of it.
I suppose, just be careful your little schlong doesn't
You wanted to
disappear.
know
I'm
why
sorry.
snakes die to hedgehogs, but foxes eat a hedgehog.
Sorry.
I'm just saying they can
Oh.
bite it off. Be careful, alright?
Well, I'll be quite careful, don't worry. I'm not gonna let it get too close. But yeah, listen, how deadly can they be if I can piss on it and it's gonna open up and let me grab
Why are we pissing on hedgehogs?
Because
Because
Octavius
you owes me
offered
3 gold if I
3
catch
gold
another
to
one.
eat one.
I want to see if you can catch one. Less so eat it, but...
You want to see if you can catch a
I
hedgehog.
understand, Professor, it might sound weird, but
That is correct.
I got 3 gold pieces from eating a bowl of worms, and this is the most money I've ever had in my life. I'm willing to pee on a hedgehog to get more. This is like ridiculous money for me.
You're here to build yourself a future, not sell your fucking body.
Horribly, dishonorably?
It's
This is
if you
appalling.
kill an animal, you are at least gathering some resources to feed. You are feeding on it is like more saving already.
Oh. Sid as always. Three gold is 3 gold? Dude, what? Would you piss on a hedgehog for three? I don't know. What would the equivalent of 3 gold be? I have no idea. I don't need the answer to that question. I don't need to know how much money I would need to pay you to piss on a hedgehog, or someone would.
Umbra, there you are. Have you even been helping set up the festival?
We have. We were doing hunting earlier.
Yes,
And,
you and everyone else. And how much hunting did you do?
Let's get that done. We collected 3 or 4 things of the mushrooms that are out there. We hunted 2 squirrels, and then we searched further towards like the beach end. And that's good to hear.
Oh, that fulfills me with dread.
We had a couple people
Did you
go
bring
and help with the
squirrels
boar,
and
though.
mushrooms to the festival camp?
Correct.
Excellent. They're foresting for fucking mushroom. Where are you going? Moment's respite, perhaps, in this infernal heat. Note to self, get them to add an underwater self-shader. This is no good. Wouldn't do to be caught spying on the good Marquis. To the winds it is then, Ventus, carry me. Ugh. Ugh. Come on, VR chat, you can do it. Bellicosa. Terrace. Training. My eyes are to be believed. Or maybe not. Have a bit of a hunt around, see what there is to be found. God, it's been midday for a very long time, hasn't it? Well, these are those mushrooms that they mentioned. Still, I don't suppose you've seen any of them around the grounds anywhere. It seems to be quite barren for a while. I thought I'd spied somebody in this direction, but I've seen none other but yourself.
I haven't found anyone. I've informed my team that I was injured from the Badari, and they're kind of just sitting in their dorm, so...
They're sitting in their
I'm supposed to
dorm,
ring
are
the
they?
medical bell or something to check for rabies. But,
I'm sure they're quite clean. I'm not dealing with that.
He's conflicting.
He's very conflicting. That's a mental problem, like most people.
Je do Sherlock.
Regardless of shit talk about Professor Julian. He started. Yes, I did. You did. I was just trying.
Fucking damn it. Oh, maybe I just need to get down to where things are clued a bit more.
You see one of us being harassed. Come with me, otherwise you... I was just trying to make a point, not to start the discussion. You see one of us being harassed. Come with me, otherwise you... I was just trying to make...
Oh, am I crashing? think I might have actually hard crashed. Oh, I think I might have hard crashed. No. Good fucking lord. Good fucking lord. Why? Oh shit.
Anyways, Abby, my point was people still work together, even if they hate each other, because we have to. It will never be that extreme in our team, I'm sure. Unless Val points a gun at me again and threatens me with a hammer.
I don't even have the hammer anymore. I apologized. It was one time.
I know, I'm just fooling around. Right. So.
Oh no.
That point's made. All good. Keep things open with us, Abby. If you want to make a grave to whomever in the future,
No.
someone we don't agree with, there'll always be a space in Lumen where you can do so and no more tread on your own.
Oh no, the dog's joining Lumen.
Gotcha. Okay. And with that, pleasantries, we can continue shit talking, Professor Octavian, if you'd like.
I mean,
or
we
can
do need to
have a drink.
discuss something of
Yes.
great importance.
Do you?
You'll regard, right, Professor Octavian?
No.
No?
Was Alfie going to sleep?
Oh, don't you bloody dare. You're not on it as well, are you, Val?
That's my room.
Right, but you like the peace and quiet, so if I move up to Stella's old room, then you should
Like this.
Alfie can room with Tal. I'm sure it'll look great.
You
does
sure
like-
that's okay?
Are you trying to find a reason to get out of the room with me?
I feel bad.
mean,
I
you
feel
might
like I'm
have-
keeping you up at night with all the scribbling I do.
What?
I'm already kept up the entire night regardless.
Right,
You both never sleep.
but if I'm
Tell
Nora's
us.
Is that how you phrase that?
You
Nora's roommate,
have betrayed
I
me.
can have more of a reason to go to the forge. That has
Wow.
more about alchemical questions, so I can ask. Right.
Wow. Yeah. Right.
You just want some personal gain out of this, Val, I see.
He's not even.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, I do.
Yeah, it's a good discussion.
We'll discuss this if Abby decides to go on.
With a tail wagging like that, I dare say it's a dumb bloody deal. Bastard. Stupid ruddy dog. Right, that's it. I'm in a bad mood. Bellicosa causing bloody problems. I suppose I better run. Rancid illusion that this is. Where the fuck are they? Good day, both.
Hello, just step up.
Oh, they're trading places already. Mm. Wherever the fucking demons. Is Angeal even here? Never picked on Angeal, I should check. The fuck?
Oh my god!
Nope, doesn't look like it.
That's right. Also, that portal was
Okay.
What are they doing?
You, Realm,
Completely whiffed the board one.
if you're quite ready.
maybe my arrow.
Realm,
Rum.
you.
Yes, no.
How much do you know about blacksmithing? Go.
Nothing, sir. Nothing to be known.
How much does Angeal know about blacksmithing?
Basics. Well, you did win every round until Andrew should know a lot more, given that he's probably from a family that is more proficient.
So you don't know, for example, so you're just speculating. Okay, understood. Have you ever been spoken to at any extent by Professor Clarence Mordred along the lines of blacksmithing?
Sorry, sir. Can you repeat that?
Have you ever spoken to Clarence at any stage, Professor Mordred, that is, about blacksmithing?
No, sir, I have not.
I have just seen something incredibly distracting. I must apologize.
Oh, it's Dart.
What happened?
No, it's fine. Oh.
Ulysses, could I bother you for a moment?
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, sure. You and Ulysses.
I'm ready to throw a dart. How do I play?
Ulysses?
Roll 3 darts.
You roll the darts and you throw as you throw.
I don't think he does. Ulysses.
This time.
All right, if you go
first.
How is this not working?
He's definitely going to lose unless Ulysses hits like
Ulysses.
5.
Ulysses? Hello.
Yes.
Were you just unable to hear me for that entire time, or what?
I was. Could not hear
You're
anything
very
besides
quiet
them.
compared to the conversation that we're in.
Understood. I just wanted to make something abundantly clear, though I'm glad that you finally found the courage to walk around with your tail and indeed ears out. If I see you walking around with the cat hands for much longer, I'm afraid we're going to have to take disciplinary action. Get them down by your sides.
I was gonna. Okay.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna throw 1.
Good. That's much better. If I see you doing cutesy little hand things again, there'll be dire repercussions.
I wasn't doing.
Yes, you were.
Alright. 3, 2, 1.
I know it's a big step for you, but think of all the other Zvirakai you're letting down. There's enough bloody stereotypes as it is. You go around meowing next.
I'll throw 2 more.
Yeah.
Alright.
Wait, so hold on, I need to go. I need to draw to the dirt again. Where's got an 18?
Wait, we have to say it. We have to say it in sync. We're gonna say we are best friends. And we're gonna put our hands out like we're gonna be super cute. Ready? 1, 2, 3. We are.
Hi, Professor Kneller.
Hello, Kiki. My blood, if it still resided within my body, is curdling quite substantially. Please tell me anything, something to calm me down.
I believe you'd win easily, Emma. I have full confidence in you.
We finished all the pastries with no issue. Everything is to go.
Great.
No one died when we made pies.
That's
It
also
would be
good.
really disappointing if someone died making pies.
That would
Really
be
disappointing,
immensely
like everyone.
disappointing. I'm glad that you will share in my disappointment if anyone were to die making pies. There we go. Good marquee.
Some banana milkshake as well. I made some banana milkshake with the leftover banana.
Did you use the coconuts?
I also used the coconuts to make that vegan cake because apparently some people don't like to eat eggs or milk, so I decided to make a treat for them.
How do you do this exactly? Do you do it with your wings or with your feet?
Well, for the things that require finesse, I asked Elias to help, but
Thank
most things
God.
I can grab juice, this, and just mix, or I can start like organizing the portion. I'm mostly just giving orders as well.
Have you put out all the cupcakes?
I don't know. It was Elias's job to put the cupcakes.
The
I
world
don't know where
is ending.
He's the one that brought the pastries. I just came to
World
bring the banana milk.
is ending. There are rift beasts savaging people's homes, even now.
Oh, there he is. You can ask him. He's like there with Aqua. What are they doing?
May I confide in you a moment?
Sure.
The world is ending. Do you think about that at all?
Yeah. Sometimes, yeah.
I think about it quite a lot. In fact, it's quite a pressing concern for me.
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole reason we're kind of here, you know, to try to stop that.
Yes. I'm revising the wisdom of that the more I look upon this engagement. Good fucking lord.
But did they do it? They said they wanted to do it, but I think they told them to go ask a professor, and the professor...
Do you know that Ulysses, well, no, it wasn't Ulysses, sorry, it was Solus, was planning to piss on hedgehogs earlier?
We need Bellicosa.
Solus Anima, I believe his name is. He is the very loud individual on Team Terror, was planning to piss on hedgehogs for money. Ah, very
I was
good.
advising against that.
You suggested that they piss on hedgehogs.
No, I suggested that they don't.
Ah, very
I got
good.
told by a professor to go
A
and piss on
sensible
hedgehogs.
suggestion. I don't think anyone should piss on hedgehogs either. Do you think people should piss on hedgehogs? Jackson, what about you? What is your opinion as a captain on the nature of urinating on small mammals?
I don't believe we should be paying anybody for it, sir. As I've heard that Octavian is doing exactly that.
Ah, so your issue isn't with the act itself, but rather the payment involved.
Professor Octavian!
I think if the hedgehog and it's between the hedgehog and the person, if it's against the hedgehog's will, that's a no. That's a no.
Wouldn't that also be an issue with, you know, the Fae? Of us pissing
But also, yes, the
animals
faith.
of the
That is
forest?
a big point I brought up to him. And then he handed out
I guess so,
gold
but
coins, he said, "Look, gold. Octavian's giving it to me," and I just didn't even know what to think.
What worries me too is that he didn't know the difference between a porcupine and a hedgehog, so I think this could go really bad.
Octavian tried to pay someone to piss on a hedgehog. Do you know that in the party, he recruited her from when he was drunk to his church, right? That was sketchy. That was sketchy as hell. You know, recruiting a drunk person to your religion.
Where have you seen Solus? Do you know where he is? I think I need to go be a captain for a second.
He was talking to Professor Octavian last I saw her by the water.
Actually,
Oh god, okay. Varys, would you come with me?
I have a favor for you.
What the hell?
Find a really pretty flower.
You're fine here.
My grasp
To the rabbit over there, the rabbit girl.
on my desire to continue my existence is fading as we speak. I find myself
Kneller, please, we still need your
increasingly
guidance.
possessed
Professor, no, I still need your guidance, please.
with a
I know it's very
strange
difficult.
and unusual feeling
Professor, no.
that perhaps it might be just altogether
I
better
remember why I asked you.
if I just faded away. Oh, look, Tao's doing the cat hands now as well. Excellent, 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 excellent.
Professor Kneller. Professor Kneller, I still need your guidance, please.
I'm sure
I
you
respect
do.
a lot. I know you. I know that this is really disappointing, but please,
It is.
not every
It is
student around here is like that.
I'm growing to doubt it.
Yeah.
Ulysses is walking around as if he's about to pounce on someone. Ivian is killing every small creature he can find. Nils is doing whatever the hell he's doing. Yorl, who's one of the people that I had confidence in, appears to be failing drastically at leading his team. And I'm increasingly concerned about the number of people who have shown an interest in eating a necromancer. These are all problems I did not want to have today, Kiki, if I'm completely honest.
Yeah, no, that's fair, Professor.
Yes, I believe it is. That is a very rapid sky movement.
I guess guess the day is,
It's
past the
beautiful.
first program.
It is indeed. I should offer to do something about that, but there we go. Good Lord. And here we are, having a celebration. And the guests of Otters have not indeed arrived. Has the festival officially started, or are people just milling around? Is it a nighttime thing? Who destroyed that banner?
I believe once the fire is lit.
Once the fire is lit, I see. That would make sense, all things considered.
May we have guests for the festival?
They're preparing the boar.
Well, I'm rather hoping so. But we shall see.
Sky, who's on board duty? Is it happening? Because I think...
Are we cooking the bull? Who's cooking the bull?
My best to not add to your problem pile.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Kiki. I appreciate it to no end. People are indeed starting fires, etc. Good.
I'm unsure. You'll have to go ask.
Okay. They're not doing the boar.
They're not doing the boar.
They said they would in a second, but I think we can do it faster.
You two do the boar. Just do the boar. We got.
Then you do it. Are they doing spoils in preparation for doing the boar? I don't.
A pinata was an interesting idea.
Yes, we were watching.
It's covering boar's
Yeah. Tell me, if this looked like you, would you find that particularly welcoming?
I try to brush off human culture when it kind of goes against what I've been taught.
So if you were some sort of, spiritual entity that was very concerned about creatures of the woodland, and you saw that strung up for enjoyment was an effigy of a woodland creature for people to beat with sticks, how would you receive that?
Probably not incredibly well, sir.
I don't think so either.
You work here?
I do, but each day I doubt it. There we go. Well, excellent, excellent. Everything is proceeding more or less as to be expected. Have either of you peed on a hedgehog today?
First things first, you have to cut the leg.
No,
Are we
sir.
supposed to?
Nope, no, you most certainly were not.
Drink a lot of water today.
Well, I'm glad to hear you are staying hydrated.
Yes, Luca teaches us well. He's a good leader.
Luca's been teaching you to drink water. What incredible bounds. Are we
Yes, sir.
Luca, are we seriously at that stage where you're teaching your comrades to drink water?
No, it's just
No,
passive. It's
sir.
not like the active lesson. We're staying healthy. We're eating a balanced diet. We're making sure we're hydrated. We're going on daily runs.
Uh-huh. I see.
Keep us in shape.
Very good. Well, I'm glad to hear it. I look forward to a bright future for Umbra. Oh dear.
Thank you, sir.
I'm sure they are. No worries. I should do one more sweep of the grounds. Luca, could I borrow you for a second?
Seems like it's going to be a lot of fun.
Luca, could I borrow you for a brief second? No?
Yes, sir.
Very good. I intend to go a short way just to make sure everything is as quiet as it should be. Ah! Just the man I wanted to talk to. And Jill. Know anything about blacksmithing?
Blacksmithing, can't say I do.
Of course you bloody don't. As you were. Yes, all appears quiet here at least. Shall we say look? Nils. Oh, nothing. I'm just seeing if there's anything to be found. Even so, this new colleague of yours, Nils.
Sir.
What is the situation there?
Well, sir, to be honest, there's a few reasons. I'm not sure if you'll understand, but I'll try.
Do go on.
Nil is a very, I guess, a strong personality and a, strange character, which I'm sure you've noticed.
I have.
That said, he appears to have... I shouldn't have looked back. He appears to have some magic that I think could be very useful to the team. On top of that, I think his personality sort of forces Yiko to be more responsible, or at least that was my hope. And
he has magic that the team might find useful?
Yes, sir.
Such as?
Well, sir, to be perfectly honest, he's asked me to keep it a secret, and I know as much as keeping secrets from the faculty is not something that is allowed. In this case, I would like to build trust with my team by not divulging his details, if that would be all right with you, Professor.
Very well, then, though you have certainly piqued my curiosity. And you say that he's being a calming influence upon Yiko, is that correct?
They still get in a fair amount of trouble, but I got the feeling that if I could get a member that caused more of a ruckus than Yiko did, that he would be forced to step up to his role as lieutenant, or at least if he doesn't, I'll know that he's not right for the role.
So your plan was to get someone who was more trouble, thus forcing someone else to look at them and go, ooh, that's a bad way to be. And failing that, you just end up with two enormous troublemakers.
Well, it's beyond that. I had a very strong feeling that Terra was not going to want to induct Nil. And even if he is a troublemaker, as I said, he has magic and I think he has potential. If he can be harnessed, or, well, if he can become, I don't know, a little less jaded or cynical or whatever it is that he is, maybe
you
he can
think he's cynical?
Really, yeah.
Interesting.
I can't confirm this, but I think he was kicked out of his old homestead.
So you think it's cynicism that drives his belligerence? Curious, I hadn't considered that one.
I think him and I actually share a lot of similarities. He was seen as a monster or someone dangerous.
Heavens forfend.
Yeah, when he was growing up. Something similar happened to me. And so I guess I want to show that there's other options than just, well, his home was destroyed, it's a free bed. He doesn't really believe that we're going to be able to stop the world, but to be honest,
so
whenever I've
that's it.
spoken to him about it, he doesn't write it off. He doesn't entirely write it off, sir.
So he's here for a
does appear to
free
have
bed,
some-
and we will know the usefulness of Nils as soon as we earn the boy's sincerity. Is that what you're telling me?
I suppose something like that, sir.
Extraordinary. Simply extraordinary. Another bloody one. To be quite frank with you, Luca, I have grown very tired of the number of students here who... Oh, good Lord. It really doesn't like looking in that direction, does it? Holy shit. Fucking hell. Right.
No.
Well, then, to be quite frank with you, Luca, I've grown quite frustrated with the number of students that attend the faculty who seem to have this peculiar, shall I say, belief that it is us, the teachers, who need to prove ourselves to them. Allow me to place it quite frankly. We are not paying Nils. We are paying for Nils, but he is not an expert that we have sought for his services. Much the same as other students, such as Emma, Ulysses, Yiko as well comes to mind. They seem to be under this impression that me and the rest of the professors don't have other things that we could be doing with our time. We have offered our expertise and our efforts to make the best attempt at training them. It is up to them to prove that they are worth training, else they have no place in this institution. It makes no sense that we would not consider earnestly each party making earnest efforts. I do not expect Nils to understand this, but perhaps you can get it through to his head and Yiko's that we are not going to try and ameliorate ourselves to them. One day, hopefully, we will have a working relationship. But if he expects to sit around and wait until some of us address his cynicism, then he will be sorely, how shall we say, disappointed. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
Do you want to talk to me about that necromancer yet? You can say no.
When I was a boy...
Oh God, here we
after
go.
the rift opened up in my home, and it forced us north. My grandfather, after the death of my father, sent me abroad to Palvindor to learn under a swordsman, a renowned one. But along the way, while I was still aboard the ship, in the middle of the ocean, this other ship just sort of came out of nowhere and boarded us. Except none of the crewmates were human. Well, they were once. They killed all the fighting men, all of the guards, all of the men that were seeking refuge. They huddled all the women and the children into the corners of the ship. And then that's when this hooded man... I think he was a man. I was only 10, so it's hard to remember. he was inspecting the women and the children, and then he stopped at me and my mother, and I still have nightmares about it. All he said was, he pointed at me and he said, "Take the boy and kill the rest." And they started to.
Indeed.
After that, well, during that, I guess I blacked out or something. I just remember a loud buzzing sound, and then I was on the shore with my mom and a few others on a lifeboat. She refused to talk about it and got really angry at me if I ever brought it up. I need to know. Why did he want me?
Why didn't your mother want you finding out about it?
I don't know. I never thought about it. I guess I thought she was just really distraught at the whole thing.
I teach defensive magics at this school. It's a byproduct of my research of Aethertech. In the early days, certainly, one needed to be extremely, how shall we say, proficient at detecting magical currents in order to make sure that nothing in the devices were going awry. In many ways, the study of mana and how to encapsulate and control it is intimately linked with the study of etheric research. Would you, show me some magic of yours?
Yes, sir, but I only know one spell.
Should be suitable. C'est tu que lo. Interesting.
Everyone in my family has a affinity for lightning magic, elemental. And it's like every time I try to use their techniques, they backfire on me, but this just kind of came naturally.
Interesting.
Have you ever heard of anything like that?
I'm very curious. Come with me.
Yes, sir. I do have to warn you, Professor, I might have to disappear at the drop of a hat here pretty soon.
Not to worry, then. In that case, there's no urgency. I was simply hoping that we could perform a little exercise, but I suppose the festival is awaiting, and now's no time for such matters. Either way, I shall conclude my roll of the grounds, and we'll speak to you some other time, perhaps. Good fucking lord. It is heavy in the air this evening. In that case, I will speak to you some other day, perhaps.
Yes.
As you were.
Right.
God's fucking damn it, what is doing that? Ugh. Right. I'm just gonna give those up and run around for a bit. Because this is getting heavy as fuck. I do not know what could possibly be causing that lag. Oh no. There's something else about that magic. It's headache inducing today, holy shit, I'm sorry. Oh. There's something which, every time I look in this direction, loads again. And then, after it's loaded, everything goes back to normal. It just sort of has to be forced. Okay. Come on frames, come on frames. Oh, this is making me feel sick. Try a few things quickly to see if it helps. Fuck me. Settings. Why aren't all graphic settings under settings? Riddle me this. No, that's not it. This menu makes no sense. Okay, that appears to have helped. Ugh. I don't know. I don't think the tree would do anything. It's just a standard tree.
Maybe I just don't do it right, so I face resistance. Maybe people just don't trust me.
You got this, Kiki. Go get yourself some cake. That should help out.
This is a special occasion for sure.
Go on, go get some cake.
So this is a good occasion then?
Now we go. Professor Kai! That's all.
Thank God, I thought he was talking to me.
So try to keep that in mind, maybe. That'll help. Believe me, the last thing we do is celebrate for the fact of just celebrating.
Neither of them.
Yes.
Neither of them know anything about blacksmithing.
Oh boy. Alright.
Just in case you wondered, I have no idea.
Oh well.
Sorry, am I
we gave it a
interrupting
shot.
something?
We gave it a shot. No, not at all. I saw her by her own, just curious. Found out that we were 1 and 2 the same. Not very much people goers. Don't really like crowds.
I can't say I'm overly partial to them either. I want to climb this tree. It's probably quieter up there. And maybe a student will try and follow me and hurt themselves.
Kneller, I did have to relay you some information afterwards whenever you're free.
Oh, well, in that case, I had nothing else pressing to do than sit around and wait to see if we have any visitors.
Alright, in that case, we'll leave you be. Enjoy your time.
Oh,
No
it's of
need
that
to,
sort.
Intrude. Yeah, well, I guess.
Interesting.
Over here. I have spoken to Yorl.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I wish to relay this information to you. Oh boy, yeah. Let's enjoy this scenery. I'm having a little bit of problems viewing the other way around.
Yes.
I have spoken to him, and he's relayed his information regarding what we spoke of earlier. So 2 things: he's chosen his second in command. He's chosen Gillikin.
Very good.
Which I personally would say is a very good decision.
I believe he'd already made that
a
decision
skunk.
by the time that he actually told us that that was what had happened in his, whilst we were still within the storeroom.
I would assume so, yeah. So they were deciding between Gillikin and Lothario. Each has their pros and cons, but the problem is if Lothario was chosen, having 2 timid leaders would...
2 elves and that.
They needed someone vocally more... Exactly. But the other one was him mentioning his proposal for punishment, or in this case, as we mentioned earlier, what was the word again? Discipline.
Yes.
Disciplinary actions. They mentioned the running course closer to training ground with the mud pits and all that.
Mm-hmm.
He's spoken to his team, and they've suggested that they put on extra weights, like giant rucksacks with rocks, and perform that gauntlet. I personally believe that is okay, but it needs a little bit more spice to it.
Yes,
However,
it's a bit weak.
However, he did say one thing after that. After they've been put through that gauntlet and they have lost their energy, they're to spar with us. And I liked that.
Oh.
See, I think I very much like that. And
Very
I
good.
think we could what's a shot to the leg, you know?
I'm sure I will be able to work out something. Very good. I'm having a problem with the leg of my own, actually, if you wouldn't mind for a second. What's going on here? Thank you. It's being a fucking bastard today.
Oh, my apologies, my apologies.
No, it's all that's being a problem. It appears this needs more drastic attention. Well, very good. In that case, I suppose we gave him the option of choice, and we shall in fact do it. Excuse me while I go and adjust myself. In private.
Best of luck.
Zuko could take notes.
Of course, I was not going to. Don't worry.
What the Oh, my foot's still where my foot should be. Do I need to disconnect this and reconnect it again? Everything's being a problem today. Calibrate. Nope, that is not where my foot is. Holy shit. Okay, I better turn this off and on again. Oh! Don't dial me. I know that he's got prior engagements and everything, but it really sucks that Bringus has to fucking run off the FT. I think it was 3 weeks ago he started mentioning to me that they were having a finale. Possibly more than that at this stage. Excuse me when I T-pose a strong, dominant stance. Is my foot in where it needs to be? Looks like it. That's better. Have I lost myself? Yes, I have. There, that works. I do apologize. I was just taking some time alone. Do you need something?
No worries, Professor. No, I was merely wandering on the lookout for Ivian. I had a few questions I just wished to ask him, that was all.
Oh, please don't tell me he's gone missing again.
It appears to be the case. He was last seen over by the pond there. I thought I'd go and have a search, and that's where my journey has taken me.
Well, one moment. I'll run myself ragged today again. Shall se talk? Let's see if he is anywhere to be found. An occultic aura is a peculiar thing to sense. As with anything occultic, you don't notice it by its presence, but rather its distinct absence. It's a difficult thing. It's why it takes so long to learn to sense them. They're very good at evading capture. There's the other member of Team Terra,
Easy to sense creation.
the unusual Electrum. Creation is far easier, yes. The explosion of creation magics is quite beautiful. I dare say I have accounted for nearly every member of Team Terra, apart from our man. Where could he be? Interesting, but he's not amongst the partygoers.
May be correct.
Yes, it appears there may be, unless he's deliberately trying to shroud himself from me somehow. Well, I'm glad to see that you're on the case. Shall we take a look together? Oh, good day.
Gladly.
Have they been keeping you busy today?
Very much so, Professor. Yes, I believe me more so than any of my teammates.
Interesting. Have you learned to focus on it yet?
In certain moments, yes. I've noticed smaller details encroaching upon me. Shadows, perhaps, something much more visible. The Madari seem to be keeping things far more unpredictable.
That they
from
are.
on high or from all angles.
Throwing stones and the like.
Even... Oh, much worse. Sometimes they'll attack with small hammers, blunt instruments, and other times, well, let's just say even this festival has been odd. You see, one of them
What happens?
me, offering me... Yes.
What happens when they're about to hit you? Recount it to me in detail.
When the Madari are about to hit me, they always give me a look in their eyes. There's a glint that they're about to strike.
And then what
It's
happens?
noticeable before their movements, their body. Well, I suppose it reacts to my presence. They ready their arm, their claws, their tools.
And then what?
And in the moment that they strike, there seems to be a quick burst, a moment in which I could either dodge, run, or escape, but it's never...
Yes, that's what I'm after.
Never
that
something-
moment. Talk to me about that moment. The moment that you realize you're about to be struck and you have to make that decision. Tell me about it.
It's a interesting feeling, one that at first was something more akin to perhaps a foolish fear, one where I'd question the absurdity of the moment. And now, as some Madari get closer to me, ready to strike, or they aim their weapons, I find myself truly fearing it, not for perhaps the pain that I'd feel, but instead the anticipation.
The
And that
anticipation.
anticipation brings me into great focus.
That it
Heightens
does.
what I can do.
There are some generals which attest to the fact that combat can be understood in circles. Everything has a circle around it to a certain extent. The circle to which you can be heard, the reach of your arm, the reach of your weapon, the reach of their weapons. Their sight lines. It's a very two-dimensional view, of course. But circles are important. Thinking about what people are capable of and when it is that they pose a threat to you. At this point, I could see the edge of that Madari circle. In 2 steps, he'll be able to poke you in the shin with that broom. In 3.5, he'd be able to hit you in the face with it. This is the way that we can understand and anticipate horses on a battlefield. It's about circles, it's about sidelines and how they intersect, where there could be areas of probability.
I see.
Distancing and pacing.
And I suppose that...
Do go on. Tell me what you've experienced.
I suppose that extends... Well, merely a matter you brought up earlier today at our initial briefing. You mentioned regarding the fireworks your concerns, and in a way I thought that your grilling of us, or of myself in particular, is indeed to keep me on my toes to anticipate everything that I encounter, whether it be a small Madari in their broom, or the repercussions of events with everything considered, such as the spirits that wander around, and fireworks.
So, you are quite correct. It is important to have a holistic view of things, top-down, viewing elsewhere, to start thinking about more beyond the immediate. What you're talking about there, that moment where you're being forced into a reactionary state, is the force at which you realize that you have lost the initiative. You are unable to, how shall we say, exert control over the situation. Your enemy has forced you to make a reaction. And because you've been forced to react, they can predict that reaction and follow through. So it is that in swordplay it is very rarely the opening strike that makes the connection, but the follow-up based on devices and otherwise. This is where we come to consider magic. This Madari right here has a broom and claws. Each of them have circles within themselves, as do you have circles with your feet and perhaps even the barbs on the end of your tail. However, you also have circles that he can't see. A magical boundary around you, an area that you can influence and protect. Now, what's to say? What would happen if when that Madari came to attack me, instead of simply conceding the advantage, I simply brushed him aside? A strong current of air here, there, or anywhere. Just enough to push him, to direct the flow. All of a sudden, I am in control of this situation. I knew I was going to do this. He didn't. He's got to take time to react. He doesn't know what the extent of this spell does. It could still be attack for a good second before it becomes apparent that it is in fact purely a suggestion of wind. A defensive barrier enough to knock it lightly from one side to another. And in that side, all of a sudden you're not the one reacting anymore.
They are
Yes. You've seized matters back.
I see.
Magic, particularly defensive magic, is entirely about that moment. That point of being overwhelmed, of striking out in fear. We cannot, reasonably consuming our mana supplies, knock one thing in one direction or another. We cannot constantly maintain fields around ourselves without great cost. Therefore, our exertion of magical force is entirely about efficiency, about speed, about a snap decision in the moment. Tell me, what else happens when you're alerted like that? Do you tense up? Perhaps if you fought before, you reflexively exhale so not to be winded. Perhaps you narrow your eyes, throw your arms to cover your face. But there's more things that are happening as well. Believe it or not, your mana gate also responds to threats, as it is a part of you just as anything else. At the moment people are attacked, it begins to collect mana to itself, to hold itself tight. It's like a tensing of sorts, or perhaps can be understood as such.
As if emotion is influencing your mana gate to a degree.
Yes. Well, of course it does. It is you as much as anything else. So, next time, it may be worth thinking a little bit about that moment and about what you could do. It's no surprise that wind, being one of the most abundant elements, is one of the easiest things to form a barrier with. It also comes to us very naturally. People often explain magical training exercises as if it were breathing. People can visualize wind as force very easily. So next time one of those rocks is hurtling at your face, when you're tensing up and you're throwing your rocks one way or another, just see if you can push slightly. Exhale. It's a good practice for the fighting anyway. And as you exhale from your body, so that you don't get winded, see if you can push something out of that gate of yours as well. It's a very simple thing, once you nail it down.
Very well.
And I expect you all to give him ample opportunity to train. Very good. Very mutual therapy this will be. Either way, if Ivian is not already causing problems, he will be soon. Let's see if we can find him. Oh, by the way, is it Telkaras or Telkaris?
Telkaras.
I thought so. So,
Been making mistakes with my name.
yes, the Chancellor.
Ah, perhaps it is deliberate.
I fear that may be the case.
No matter.
Oh, really? You don't think it's curious that, or at least concerning, that the leader of this faculty has a stated interest in making things difficult for you?
Well, if I may say for personal aspirations, I see it as a challenge most welcome now. If there were any other way to see it, it would be folly, after all.
Well, it's certainly a productive way of thinking about it.
Yes. It is not something I enjoy. In fact, if anything, I fear I may come to despise the man. But if I cannot find a reason to make use of his tendency towards me, then I'm afraid that would just be giving him the win, wouldn't it? And that would be no different than any treatment I've received before.
Interesting. Curious things, Draksha. An amalgamation of two things which for a very long time people have seen as opposites. The nomadic, brutish dragonkin. Those who like to wander, fight, and establish themselves through pure brutality. And the elves, noble, dignified, infuriatingly static. While one is fiery-tempered and savage by nature, the other is lofty, refined, and perilously long-lived. And yet, both of these people look upon you as an abomination. Why do you think that is?
Well, from my understanding of the other races, the truth lies at the heart of their cultures, perhaps. If the elves are pragmatic, then the dragonkin can be almost authoritative in their tribalistic nature. I would argue that they are such an opposite to each other that to view an agreement of their two very different in some ways cultures is an abomination.
Indeed.
From what I've come to understand of both elves and dragonkin at this academy, although I must admit this academy has changed my perspectives on many races, perhaps it is the individuals more so than their race. Yet regardless, I do not believe there is all that much that separates them in the end. In fact, for young dragonkin, rather than those who have been made aware of what I am from my defining features, I have found that I've been accepted into either creed, both elf and dragonkin, which leads me to believe, well, perhaps the same could be said for other races that we all consider to be lesser or abominations, even those we have a natural tendency to disdain.
Tell me. I've been thinking on it much. Do you think that there is any credence in the suggestion that the reason that your kind are so reviled is because they force both races to recognize their faults?
Well,
in recognizing what an elf is, they recognize what a dragonkin is not. And vice versa.
To recognize one's own weakness, especially in a race in which a world can be very divided.
Absolutely. And dragonkin, their strength is absolutely their pride, and in elves their culture and inherent superiority is nauseatingly, how shall we say, fetishized. Interesting.
And what do you think, Professor? Of the Draksha? Not so much myself, but my race.
I think it is upon them to prove themselves either the worst of both, or the best of them. Speaking entirely, crudely, purely from the sense of the breeding world, breeding dogs with each other, they pick up traits here, there, and the other way. Sometimes they're good traits, and sometimes they're very bad ones. If we are to apply the same logic to the civilized races, then it is entirely possible that a Draksha may be, indeed, in some ways, and in many aspects, superior to both dragonkin and, indeed, elves. However, equally, it is also possible that they may inherit the absolute worst of both worlds. And so, without a Draksha culture with which a positive and new-defining juncture can be realized, it falls to the individual Draksha to very much prove themselves. Something not especially fair. But they are, how shall we say, in my view, to be considered a roll of the dice.
Well, I suppose you're right. I always looked at it as if I had something to prove regarding my race. But the reality of it is, I always looked at it as making as a name for myself. And I think it's far more important to make a name for oneself than for their race.
Indeed.
Just as there can be bloodthirsty orcs, surely there can be responsible, honorable, intelligent orcs too. And I think the same could be said for all races. It's just our cultures, the expectations given to us from them, or the lack thereof, are what defines the external view.
I'm not sure about that. I believe perhaps with time and interbreeding and a dominant culture, it may well be the case that one day the races share a commonality, but in the modern day the differences are undeniable. Elves are incomparable to humans. Elves and, well, humans, dragonkin and Vaiki. Their long life is one thing, but also their physiology, their abilities, and their proclivities towards certain activities. The dragonkin are driven, at present, innately towards aggression, towards tribalistic behaviors. But the Vaiki, well, it remains to be seen. Perhaps at one point in the future we will attain your paradigm, but I fear it is well, it'll take many moons to come. Tell me, to speak of brighter matters, what do you make of Sorelia's interest in your leadership?
Well, at first, surprising it was. You know, when I first met her, she glared at me with complete hate. Admittedly, she did assume I was a pure-blooded dragonkin at the time. Although the smell was off. But now, with her discovery, it seems she's put more of a focus on my capabilities rather than, well, I suppose prejudice.
She says that she has faith in your ability to lead to a certain extent, and more so that the challenge of your race will make things harder for her. A challenge which she intends to embrace. You've both said something to that effect this evening. Something of the prideful dragon in both of you.
A similarity.
It appears that you both have a desire for a challenge. As proving yourself and wishing to be seen as strong. Absolutely the behavior I would expect of a dragonkin tribe. After all, it is the desire of each of them to gain social standing through adversity, to prove themselves the alpha, so to speak. It is one of the better things about dragonkin kind. Far too many humans desire exactly the opposite. That is, to achieve status through as little work as possible. But so it is. Let's walk back and sweep in this direction. I was hoping to see him over here, as this is where Acteris and him were found the other day. What do you make of the word, I wonder? Abomination.
Abomination. Well, for a start, I believe that it defines fear. Whenever I've seen the word used, there's always been, well, with myself, there's either been a glint of fear or disdain in the eye. Yet, in the majority of cases, I am...
Yes?
In the majority of cases, it is used to explain something that we don't quite understand, Professor.
Interesting.
It is, I won't use the word to describe you, but I would describe that same fear sometimes eludes me. In the ways that I have seen you.
No, make no mistake about it. I am an abomination. In much the same way as you are, but perhaps I have an easier time of it on account of the fact that people haven't got an established, how shall we say, expectation of what I am. People know of the Drekshar. Very few know about me. Though I would not have it remain that way.
Then if I may dare ask, Professor, what exactly are you?
I don't know, truth be told. Once upon a time, I was working in a research project within ASICS. This was some 30 years ago now. Aether-Tech was still in its nascency of youth, and it was a, how should we say, controversial point, much as it still is today. The public didn't like that the military were working with it. It was scary, caused explosions, took away too many people's lives. But with the advent of this new and powerful technology, of course, every nation of the world wanted their piece of it. And so, those of us who had shown gifts in this field were taken to a facility, discreetly hidden away within the mountains of northern Essex, where we could continue to work on devices that might well one day turn the tides of war. It was an arms race. From the day that etheric practice became widespread knowledge, everyone wanted a piece of it. And there were no boundaries as to what could be experimented upon or done. It was one of the happiest times of my life. I met my wife there. We had a son. And then the rifts came. And with the rifts came a new question. One of the devouring. As the chaos spread and lives were lost and more were subject to witness that horrifying decay, nobody had an answer, and so naturally, eventually, it fell to us. If the conventional sciences, if divine magic could not hold the answer, then perhaps something in the secrets of Aether could. And so, we constructed a new laboratory. It was close to the edge of a rift. And there we began to construct a device. We learned a lot about mana signatures, you see. Watching them break down over and over again. We would study people afflicted with the devouring intently. And as things burnt out and moved, much the same as we began to understand the magic we broke down with Aetherite, so too did we begin to understand the makeup of an individual's signature. There's something curious about the devouring. Being a magical ailment in nature, it affects the mana signature first. We theorized, well, we had an idea, that if we were able to, how shall we say, understand the breakdown, the way that a mana signature was affected by the devouring, we may be able to counteract it. An infusion of Aether and mana right back into the wound, directly into the signature at the point where it was being attacked. We named the device the Etheric Retrodiffuser, after its ability to retroactively repair that which had been worn away by the occultic influence of the devouring. We were unable to finish the device. One day, quite inexplicably, the rift had begun to grow. It had lain dormant there for some 5 years. We had a reasonable setup, a decent suit of armaments, the occasional beast that came by. A chain we would use to lower down those that we would subject to the terrible affliction. War prisoners and the like. But then, it started to grow. The rift beasts swelled in ferocity, and it was clear that before long, well, the fortress and all that suffering, all that research, all of those blackened souls would have been for naught. However many years later, I become aware of myself. I'm a simple cloud, wafting over a small pond. I can feel the coolness of the surface of the lake, but nothing else. I have no hands, no eyes, no ears. Just the sensation of the cold. And slowly, I began to explore this new form of mine. I started becoming increasingly interested in what it could do. What I could do. Of what my experience might be like. It's a strange thing being spread over an area. You never quite get used to it. I couldn't feel, I didn't eat or sleep. But I was stronger, Tell. I was a lot stronger than I had been in life. If I am indeed dead. We're looking for extraordinary warriors, Tell. And I want to know what happened to me. I have come here to continue my research. Are you starting to piece together what I want?
You want the truth?
No.
No.
I want more shades.
I see.
More of whatever I am. I want an army of empowered soldiers. The sort capable of doing something truly extraordinary. Of succeeding where the project failed. Of finding an answer, perhaps not to the devouring, but the rifts at large. The mission hasn't changed. Even though
And even, Professor, should your army of shades be seen as abominations, no matter the mental fortitude it surely must take, the stress, the pain, the endurance an individual should surely have. What happened to you, even if not complete. Whatever happened to you? I'm not sure anyone would react in the same way you did. You may look for extraordinary individuals, this academy might. But to seek to influence individuals to be similar or even the same in their strengths as whatever happened to you. I understand your want for that. You want to handle the devouring, to cure it even, or to handle the rift. But I fear such methods may result in any number of consequences. You said I should anticipate, and well, there's so much left to see in the actions you've described.
Do you not want to know what they told us? When we questioned it. When they asked. And we answered about how we felt about what we were doing. They told us to live so that men such as we need not exist. That hard times make harder people. And that in the face of an absolute apocalypse of agony and oblivion, any means are justified. So I ask you, Tell, what would you have done in my stead?
I could not say.
This is what I have to offer this academy. A choice. My knowledge of how I came to be here, the specifics of the machine, my memories in general are fragmented. I don't know why. There is work I must do. Do not tell anyone of what we've spoken about here today.
I shall not, Professor. If I may say, despite the offering of a choice, I sincerely hope that other choices are made available. For I would hate to see those at this academy become mere reflections of the men women that they perhaps once were. You remind me of old stories, I once heard. Wraiths, beings that haunted graveyards with one pursuit: vengeance. Or duty. Whatever it was. That's what you remind me of.
Well then, be that as it may. I come before you offering you a solution. A solution to the global crisis. I don't have the specifics of it yet, but I know that I'm stronger, and that we need people who are stronger. We need people who can cast magic as I do, who can fly, who don't take physical pain. A rift beast is only vulnerable to magical damage. All that I do is magic. I am magic. As soon as one of these other professors offer you a tenable solution, let me know. But until that point, a plan remains a plan.
I understand.
Even so, there are many who await us. We should return to the festivities.
Yes, Professor.
Very good then. Give me a moment to resubstantiate, and I shall see you there.
Of course.
It takes a while to maintain physicality.
I wish I could say I understand, but you are far beyond my realm of knowledge.
There may be time yet. Bridges. Imagine.
Here's a question for you. Is it like a blanket, or is it like sleeping under your bed? I could see it more like sleeping under your bed. I've done that a few times when I was younger.
Yeah. Or is this you telling us we need to get you better blankets?
Come join us.
I'm quite all right, thank you. What exactly is Yuko doing?
Enjoying himself.
At home?
So he is. He's drunk himself under the table. Well, congratulations, Yuko. You're the only one I see in such a state at present time. Or have all the rest of the students retired?
Most of them have retired.
Mostly.
Curious. I thought they'd have taken the occasion to drink their faces full, unless they've taken ample supplies with them.
I know at least Team Terra has seen fit to take some with them.
It was noted that Ivian decided to depart the feast early. I don't suppose that's something we need to be worried about.
I don't believe so. Some students departed quite early.
Well, that is all well and good then, and I have been patrolling the grounds to see if we have had any visitors. None to speak of. Hopefully the boy didn't scare them off. I don't suppose we've had any sightings over here by the main fire.
No, I I spoke to the Sears. They said they've seen nothing all day.
Rats.
Bombadil guarantee.
Well, with any luck,
When I'm around.
at least they'll just steer clear of us and they won't start ambushing us when we're out on hunts. What a rancid thing. Do you have any idea what the Chancellor decided was the punishment for the boy in the end? So he is. I will do. Thank you.
Hello, Professor.
Good day.
I was just about to head to bed myself. It's getting quite late, and
So
had
it
a little bit
is.
of
Well, you haven't set the woods on fire, so very well done to you, Professor.
I told you, Master Alchemist Brock Brandybuck Bombadil knows what he's doing.
Yes.
Most of the time.
That reminds me of something. Bombadil.
Mm.
Do you have any idea why that name would have rung true with a certain necromancer that we've had dealings with recently?
Not that I would know of. Why would you ask?
You're from February yourself, are you not?
Another ambusher.
I am.
Because this necromancer seemed very perturbed by the mention of your name.
Well, is that so?
Indeed.
Well, maybe the necromancer was from Favira as well, you know.
They were indeed from
Favirans
February.
were like... Favirans were like family. We know each other left and right. We know the Jones from the Johnsons, from the Grangers, the Baggins. Many worlds come by. You know how it goes.
Professor Bombadil,
I'd never find a student who would take us
you could have simply said you had no idea. But if you honestly expect me to believe that everyone in Fevera knows each other, and why they would be so perturbed about a genuine offering of students and resources and safety aplenty, do you really expect me to believe that?
Well, I was worth a shot, honestly. But you are keen as you are, as they say. That's Professor Kneller to you.
Well, there we go. Do tell, then, why exactly would a... You're right there, Takuya.
Under orders. Sorry, my thing's breaking. I'll be back.
Oh, I see.
Alright. Well, it is getting a bit quite late, though. How about we talk about it on the way back to the staff lounge? I am getting quite sleepy.
Certainly. I have no need of the ale myself, so I'll be glad to take a stroll of sorts. Avi?
Of course. It's quite a beautiful...
Hello.
It's quite a beautiful night, as they say.
Sorrelia.
Evening?
Yes.
You patrol the grounds quite frequently with Avi, do you not?
Just as much as anyone, I suppose.
You wouldn't consider yourself friends with him at all, particular?
Sure.
There wouldn't be a discussion going on about whether or not Avi is going to be accepted into Team Lumen, would there?
There was a brief discussion earlier today.
Was there? Fucking brilliant. Right. Sorry, Bombadil, I shouldn't keep you waiting.
Don't worry about him. He gets a little jumpy sometimes. Good night. So how have you enjoyed the festivities, Mr. Kneller? I don't think I've seen you entirely for the rest of the party.
I do not eat, I do not drink, I do not feel the warmth of the fire. I have instead been patrolling the grounds looking for missing students and for Fey invaders. So you could say that it's been a rather fruitless endeavor.
Well, that's your first problem. You know. Even if you can't eat, sleep, drink, or whatever, for whatever reason you may or may not explain to me, it's always nice to be in the company of other people, as they say.
Is it?
After all, companionship is something you don't get to experience all the time, and I do say it's quite a, what's the word you can call it, a gift to be in the company of such fantastic residents around here in Rosewood.
Indeed. And, what does this have to do with the nature of your name?
So, I don't really think that my name is quite important, but I believe a little bit of explanation would help ease your mind, I guess, would be
Yes,
the
it's
thing.
certainly a point of ever-present intrigue.
You've never been to Favira, have you?
I have not. I spent most of my young years talking about various plans for invading and defending against it. I have not had the pleasure.
Well, I go off a bit too far there, Professor Kneller.
Oh, my apologies.
You know that I am not one fast person myself.
That you most certainly are not.
Knowing that you're from Essex, the culture of Favira and Essex
It's
cannot be any more...
Asics, not Essex. Asics.
Pardon the accent. That's just my...
Yes.
That's just my way of saying things. Don't worry about it.
The favorite
But
way
yes,
of pronouncing
our culture-
Asics, Arsics.
Asics?
Very good. Anyway, you were saying.
Asic. Anyways, basically, well, I wasn't lying when I said that a lot of Favirans know each other. It's a very close-knit community after all. However, there comes to a time where there are prominent names in the Faviran, whatchamacallit. It's on the tip of my tongue.
Why do I get the feeling that this entire thing could have been explained in a single sentence?
Well, mostly because it's not that simple, honestly.
Indeed.
If it was as simple as me telling you that I'm an important person from Favira, then that wouldn't be, first of all, that would just kinda be straight to the point, and that wouldn't be as exciting, now would it be?
I suppose that's true.
And secondly,
Well, let's hype it up a little bit then. Not knowing about the impact that your name had put several students in direct danger as it aggravated a necromancer harpy that eventually fired on staff and students. This situation could have been avoided were I suitably forewarned about the nature of your heritage.
Oh.
Is that a good enough story for you, Professor Bombadil?
I suppose that does require an explanation.
Glad that we see eye to eye on this topic.
Well then, I assume you can keep a secret.
Yes, as it happens.
Honestly, quite surprised that nobody here knows about my origins. Right. So, not knowing much about the Favirans, you do understand who the governing bodies of the main governing bodies, as well, the big shots Favira, as they call them.
Yes. The various seated councils and the primes. Yes, indeed, I am familiar with the primes.
Each place has their own governing body, but the primes are
I am familiar with the primes, yes, the de facto magical rulers of Favira and the most powerful mages of our time. Or so it's said.
And so it is said, yes. Do you know what has happened currently in Pakar?
I heard something about them walling themselves off.
Cowards, all of them. I do agree to say so myself. But to save you the story, they decided to wall themselves off during our worst times of need. When the world needed to be united the most, they decided to shun themselves away.
Right.
Now, it would have been simple if we left it off as that.
Mm-hmm.
But that barrier they've created, I don't think it's just any mere barrier.
I doubt it would be.
Quite a lot of magic and, all the Sabin swords. I'm kind of going around in circles around here. All I'm trying to say is that a lot of things that I've done back in Favira that I kind of disagree with now and wish to move past away, if that makes sense.
Are you telling me that you had something to do with the erection of this enormous magical barrier?
Erection isn't the word I would mention it around. More of architect.
Professor Bombadil, I am losing my patience. Do you really think that I will believe that the reason that the necromancer knew about your name is because of you're ashamed of your massive erection? Bombadil, I am losing my patience. People were put at risk. Brave soldiers who are deciding to put themselves on the line. And the best you can offer me is that you're ashamed of your massive erection! Give me the answers now!
Whoa. Violence won't get you anywhere.
I think you'll find it gets me many places.
Well, what are you going to do? Stab me?
That was the plan.
You're not going to get... And what? Well, if you stab me now, your answers will be... How would I put it? Lost to history.
What could you possibly know? Who could you possibly be that would be relevant to a fucking necromancer? How does this relate to Kakar at all? Why are the primes being brought up to mention?
Knowing your wit, I thought you would have figured it out by now.
Oh, and what? Forgive me for not being one for feather and riddles.
I've been talking about the primes, their achievements. Isn't that riddle enough for you?
No. No. You cannot honestly expect me to believe that as a story. You're a prime. Is that your story?
It's a little bit hard to believe, but...
Well then, O mighty magus, give us a demonstration of your power.
And you think, if I could do that right now, I would be here? There's more to this story than you think there is, young Kneller. Not something I can divulge at the moment. Don't worry. In due time, you'll understand. I don't think now's the moment to talk about it, however.
How are you here? With Fevra falling, to the forces of Palvendor, with the people of Fevra calling out for deliverance, for someone to protect them. You, Bombadil, are here making fireworks!
You think I haven't tried? Do you even understand why I'm here?
No, that is very much why I'm asking.
If you think I've found a solution since back in Fevere, I would have stayed there myself. The reason why I came here was for something else. Akar is hopeless. The people there, they have decided to shun themselves. It's hopeless to get into the... Once the Primes have decided what they want to do, they will not turn their back on their decisions. I believe that I did the right choice coming to this institution, this glorious institution of Rosewood, to find another option.
What did you do?
Me.
You're hiding here, aren't you? That's why you're here. That's why you don't want us to know your name. You're in hiding. What did you do?
I wouldn't call it hiding. I would rather call it, well... I would rather call it... retribution. And finishing what I've started, Professor Kneller.
Suppose I can understand that at least.
There are some things in Akar that just can't be solved by staying in Fevira. And so I've decided to shun that away and find answers elsewhere.
Find answers by causing more questions. How are any of us supposed to help you if we don't know your end goals? If this story is true...
In due time. In due time, Professor Kneller.
I see. The story is so ridiculous it must be true. Is there anyone I shouldn't be mentioning your name to in future, or shall I just say that all Feverans are off limit? Why the hell aren't you using a pseudonym?
Good point.
Such is the wisdom of the Primes, apparently. Clearly the people of Palvendor
The damage has been
overstated
damage
the
has
damage.
been done.
The damage has been done because I mentioned your name to a harpy, which I put a bullet in the head of. Everybody else who knows your name is a member of this institution.
Regardless, I believe you shouldn't be mentioning my name out loudly to anybody of importance, if that makes any sense.
This would never have happened if you'd have been upfront about this. You could have come up with any story that you wanted and said, ooh, don't mention my name. Takuya, for example, is a wanted criminal and has been put in prison many times. I know not to mention his name. You could have come up with anything similar.
Well, honestly, I honestly thought with how I acted around this academy, people wouldn't really mention my name in such serious conversations.
It wasn't a serious conversation. I was recommending your tea.
My tea that good?
I have no idea. I've never tasted it. I just wanted her to drink it so we could drug her and ship her back to the bloody school, where apparently Mordred could eat her as an afternoon snack.
Well, that's a different story. Anyways, Professor Kneller, I do know that you have a lot of questions, and it is getting quite late, so I'll leave you with this. I gave a book.
Good night.
Good night. Have a safe night. Anyways, I gave a book to young Anura a couple of moons ago. She found something near and dear to me, so I assume she's learned a little bit more about me and my heritage. If you want to learn more about what a little bit of the secrets I hold, why don't you go ask her for a little bit?
I see.
I believe I believe a couple of snooping. You're quite good at snooping yourself. I believe that you'll learn a couple more things from her. God, heavens forbid you'll get a straight answer from me. After all, I talk in riddles.
So it would seem. Well then, if that is where we are to leave it, I suppose I need to know as much as I need to. So many bloody secrets today. Very well then, I'm going to be reading up on that name of yours in the library, and so help me if I find that a word of it is false.
Wait.
Yes?
I gave my secrets. How about you? I don't know anything about you, Professor Kneller, and I believe it's quite beneficial for us as colleagues to know a little bit more about each other, don't you think? I think it's a bit quite unfair that I you know more about me, not about you.
Well then, perhaps a riddle for a riddle.
Touche.
Fuck off.
Hit me. Good riddle.
Wraith. Phoenix. A gluttonous demon. I'm going to need to meditate on this. Just to calm down. It's like sleeping. Lying next to you.